We begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Thank you. Before we get started, please note that Spanish translation is available in our Zoom room. To select translation services, click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, or English-speaking participants can do the same thing. Go to the globe, select English to listen to the translation of the Spanish comment. I will now ask that a member of the translation team share this message in Spanish.
And thank you so much. We're not hearing Julie, but we'll just need 1 second because of a technical swap in Zoom. Julie, you may need to leave and come right back into the meeting. That may be it. Thank you.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores del 27 de abril. Esta reunión será interpretada simultáneamente al español. Para escuchar en español, por favor haga clic en el globo que está al pie de la página y elija su idioma español. Muchas gracias y si quiere hacer un comentario en español, se lo interpretaremos al inglés.
Gracias, Julie.
Thank you.
I should have made note at the beginning that this is a continuation of our budget workshops that started on Monday and will conclude today. We're not calling the meeting to order, we're calling it back from recess. So just one other note, public comment on all items on today's agenda will be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Just so public commenters know, we've asked department representatives to be tuned in and listening to public comments at the end of the day. Ms. Rivera, I'll hand it over to you for your opening remarks from the County Administrator's Office.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Assistant County Administrator Cristina Rivera. Welcome to everyone in the chambers and also on Zoom. It's our third day of budget workshops. It's an opportunity for departments to highlight how they are balancing their program for next year, 23-24, which starts on July 1st. It's also an opportunity for the board to better understand if there's any program change requests or any particular adjustments that the departments have had to make. So you have a better understanding of those discussions before you move into budget hearings. And of course, as we have talked about, should there be any questions that the board has about the particular department program, we welcome you to engage the staff to answer that question, but oftentimes that question may require a little more analysis, and so it would translate into a budget information request. Thank you, and with that, we'll pass it on to Regional Parks. Welcome.
Hey, good morning.
Everybody's favorite department.
Great.
Good
Well, we're happy
morning.
to be here. So, good morning, Chair Gore, board members, Assistant County Administrator, and County Council. I'm Burt Whittaker, the Director of Sonoma County Regional Parks, and I'm pleased to have Danny Castillo with me here today, our Fiscal and Administrative Manager, as well as Steve Barrett here is in the audience with us, our Planning Manager. Before I begin, I just want to say a big thank you to our incredible team at Regional Parks, and certainly a big thank you to each of you for your tireless support of our regional parks. As you're aware, we've grown dramatically over the past few years, adding thousands of acres of new parklands. A big thank you to our partners in Ag and Open Space and others. and really working to grow our on-the-ground resources and capabilities to provide services taking care of our lands. We look towards this upcoming fiscal year to continue stabilizing and readjust as needed to best balance the public's desire to be outdoors and our responsibility to steward as so much of our incredible landscapes and resources across the county. If you take a look at the picture on the slide here, this is our new fire-resistant bridge along the Oakwood Creek Trail at Foothill Regional Park, and it's one of the many elements evolving as part of our climate durable approach to our park investments. We just wrapped up major work with prescribed fires at Foothill last week. We've been working on doing shaded fuel breaks, trail restoration, fireproof trail markers, and other enhancements. If you get a chance, I would strongly encourage each of you to go out there and take a walk. It's a really beautiful place to see the enhancements. You can jump to the next slide, Danny. Regional Parks is currently operating 50 facilities, including parks, beaches, marinas, and trails encompassing approximately 16,000 acres. We have 7 major functional areas of planning and acquisitions, park operations, maintenance and marinas, administration, community engagement, natural resources, and marketing and communications. For fiscal year 22-23, the recommended budget is $41.5 million, an increase of approximately $4.8 million, primarily attributed to one-time capital projects. The biggest drivers of that being about a $600,000 increase in baseline revenues from things like park membership and day use parking and camping, increased funds for capital projects, an additional $500,000 into Maxwell Farms redevelopment. We're allocating and proposing $1 million into Spring Lake as part of the 50th anniversary and a package of major maintenance enhancements, pathway repairs and resurfacing, some restroom enhancements, and new signs and informational displays for the public. And about $300,000 going into public access projects along the Russian River with our Russian River Parkway project, as well as the Wohler project there. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Danny Castillo to run quickly through our department expenditures and funding sources.
Thank you, Burt. Regional Parks, thank you, Burt. Regional Parks currently has 128 full-time authorized positions. The bulk of our operational budget supports the Park Operations and Maintenance Division, which consists primarily of parks and grounds, maintenance staff, park aides, and park ranger staff that help keep our parks clean and safe for visitors. Its 66 permanent positions reflect over 50% of our departmental staff. The other large source on the screen are our special revenue funds. This $14.6 million reflects operational and capital project contributions budgeted from sources like Parks Measure M, park mitigation funds, restricted donation, and foundation funding, among others. A wide variety of funding sources support our operating, maintaining, stewarding, and developing of the regional park system. We are estimating $8.1 million in fees and charges for services, reflecting a 7% increase from last year's budgeted amount. We continue to see increases from our day use parking fees, park membership, and camping. As we plan for the upcoming fiscal year, we are projecting sustained park visitation in 22-23, which is reflected in our recommended budget. We are seeing sustained revenue from Parks Measure M, or Parks for All Measure M sales tax. We anticipate receiving $10.1 million from sales tax proceeds in 22-23. That is what makes up the most of our other departmental revenue located on this slide. While we have a number of funding sources that together fund our operating budget, these 2 categories of funding, the park revenue and Measure M, are the primary sources of funding for our annual operating budget.
Great, thank you, Danny. So we've continued our robust efforts to secure state and federal funds for park acquisitions, development, and redevelopment of aging facilities. I'm pleased to share that Regional Parks has been awarded approximately $8.1 million in the current fiscal year towards in competitive grant projects. And if you look at our 5-year history of bringing in dollars, $21.5 million. So pretty proud of that. We continue lobbying state representatives in some areas where we're having challenges, primarily with large-scale park redevelopment projects, of which we have 2 right now, Maxwell Farms and Larson Park, both serving the largest unincorporated Springs community. And really the primary challenges with securing those funds has been with the grant programs having some ineligibility because of a threshold of 3 park acres per 1,000 population. Maxwell Farms is about 85 acres. And many of those programs are targeted to park poor communities. The programs are also targeted in many ways to low median household incomes. Even though the Springs has lower median incomes than many other areas of Sonoma County, they still are well above the state thresholds. And also these grants are extremely competitive. It's been common that applicants are requesting tens of millions of dollars in excess of the funds that have been available. But as the state continues to have surplus funds, we are lobbying our representatives to improve our ability to compete and demonstrate the urgent need for these park redevelopments. And we've been working closely with Assemblymember Levine's office, who's agreed to support and advocate for our request for $5 million in dedicated state funding for Maxwell Farms. Finally, we have been communicating with our county administrator's office regarding potential future funding via the intergovernmental mitigation agreement with the Federated Indians of the Grayton Rancheria. We're planning to request a formal consultation with Grayton by late summer or early fall in partnership with the CAO and Ag and Open Space to discuss, as funds are becoming available, how best to meet the intent of that community benefit, expanding and enhancing public use and access to parks and open spaces. Next slide. As far as operational challenges, I think we're on challenges and objectives. Certainly, we are seeing extremely busy parks. The year of 2020 with the pandemic was sort of off the charts in many ways. But as we've come off and seen 2021 and now looking towards 2022, we're seeing a really consistent 10-year trend of increased use of folks wanting to get out and access these facilities. Weather and drought conditions. Are living in an area where we're getting 13 months a year of summer weather, it seems like. And certainly all this data really is matching what we're seeing in state and national trends in outdoor recreation. As I've mentioned earlier, we've grown dramatically the past few years, and we are focused very much on hiring and training our expanded staff to operate and maintain and steward our parks. Certainly continuing to modernize our systems and workflows. We are busting at the seams, providing office workspace for teams. We're looking forward to the board's upcoming consideration of a telework policy, is giving us a bit more flexibility with our workforce going forward. And certainly working with Johannes, as we'll be looking at La Plaza building where our main offices are to see how we can potentially fulfill the need of these bodies. We are still developing options for our Russian River Park maintenance yard that was displaced from the county campus a number of years ago due to the state courthouse project. It was temporarily relocated to the former water agency site and now back temporarily relocated here at P26 over off Mendocino Avenue. And as we are living daily with the impacts of climate change, we are also doing vegetation work earlier and earlier each year. We have increased workload providing public safety in parks, recovering from fire, and facing drought with shallow wells that irrigate the majority of our sports fields and other amenities in the parks. As far as operational objectives for the upcoming year, certainly we are hard at work right now developing a new 3-year strategic work plan to be completed this summer. Our teams are still very busy working on fire recovery efforts, and we anticipate being able to mostly fully reopen Hood Mountain Regional Park by Memorial Day weekend. We have also made major progress with our climate durable enhancements, installing steel trail markers at Helen Putnam, Taylor Mountain, and Tulare Lake. But we still have a lot of work ahead of us. And we're headed into our second summer on our Leave No Trace initiative. This started last year in partnership with Sonoma County Tourism with a river and county park system focus. This effort is further expanding. A big thank you to Supervisor Hopkins, as we are working with Supervisor Rodoni from Marin County and Supervisor Williams from Mendocino County, Leave No Trace, and other partners to develop shared messaging and tactics across our 3 coastal communities and counties to provide public information, messaging, and ways to make the experience of visiting the coast better for everyone. For program change requests this year, we have submitted 4 program change requests. None are requesting general funds. Our planning division, we're requesting a planning technician to expand our resources to plan and develop bike and pedestrian trails. On our operations side, 3 park program assistants focused on daily operational services across the system, 1 park aide and 1 park maintenance worker focused at our coastal facilities. And in our administrative division, we're proposing to add 1 office assistant 2 and 1 accounting technician, and to offset part of those expenses by deleting an account clerk 2 position. And this is in response to the high volume of workload we're experiencing fulfilling park membership orders, camping reservations, and other public services as we modernize our systems. And finally, we are requesting 1 new park program assistant in response to the significant interest and workload associated with our volunteer programs. I just reviewed our report on our volunteer program during this last month of March. Just as a data point, we have about 150 volunteers provide 2,100 hours of service. These are things like hosting at our campgrounds, patrolling trails, removing invasive plants within the parks. And we're seeing these consistent increases, and essentially this will bring our positions focused on that to 2, a doubling of our resources towards the volunteer services out there in the community. And finally here, before I wrap up, I just want to overview some of our key capital projects in 22-23. Thank you to our county administrator for letting me just bring these forward because they're always a topic of interest. But in the areas of trail development, we're planning to begin construction on a new section of the Bodega Bay Trail. This will connect the North Harbor to our existing trailhead at the community center. Work is ongoing to develop new trails at Taylor Mountain. A big thank you to our partners at the Redwood Trail Alliance, doing some great work this past year, developing the new Sky Lupin Trail up to the summit. We're optimistic this year will be the new Copeland Creek Trail will be there, connecting Rohnert Park and Sonoma State directly to Crane Creek Regional Park. And we're hard at work doing the work necessary to secure new trail easements along the Highway 12 corridor in Sonoma Valley for the future Sonoma Valley Trail. On the planning side of things, looking forward to completing the master plan for the new Russian River Parkway up along Geysers Road near the Mendocino County line, and completing the public access plan for the Gleason Beach project along Highway 1. In the areas of really deferred maintenance and park enhancements for the upcoming year, we'll be wrapping up improvements at the Sonoma Valley Regional Park, including its first permanent restroom building, a new picnic area, and some other enhancements. Steelhead Beach and Guala Point are scheduled for disabled access improvements in the parking areas, picnic sites, and campgrounds. And I'm pleased that we received $1.5 million in grants this year from the Wildlife Conservation Board and Cal Boating to really fully renovate one of our most derelict facilities, which is the boat launching facility down at Hoodaman Slough in South County. Bridges 1 and 3 along the Joe Rota Trail are on track to be replaced. A little trip down memory lane when we got the funding to fix Bridge 2 and the contractor broke Bridge 1. And so we're getting that wrapped up. And finally, we'll be working to get phase 1 projects off the ground at Maxwell Farms and Larson Park. As I mentioned earlier, we're pretty much lobbying every source of funding that we can identify for these 2 park redevelopment projects. District 1 has submitted budget requests that will be bringing forward as part of the June budget hearings. But we're looking at multi-million-dollar shortfalls to really give the community what we would like to see out there in park redevelopment. We're working with the CAO's office. We'll continue to work with the CAO's office on how to approach this. And really, at this point, we were setting up those projects in such a way to where we will have maximum flexibility as they get bid to figure out the phase 1 that we can do with the funding that's available at the time. So with that, I'll wrap up and thank you.
Thank you, Burt. It's always fun talking about parks and projects. See if we have any questions about budget. Start with Supervisor Gorin.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. You and Steve are the dynamic duo along with Melanie Parker. We're so thrilled and thankful for the voters for giving us additional money for parks facilities. And thank you for highlighting some of the challenges that we have in Sonoma Valley. We do serve a very large disadvantaged population who really use the park exclusively as their recreation space because they live in somewhat crowded conditions in other perspectives. I've been working on the parks, and this board approved the master plan updates for Larson Park and Maxwell Park probably 4 to 5 years ago. And we were getting ready to do some incredibly needed park renovations. And we were absolutely focusing on the need to complete Andy's Unity Park. But it meant that we were not able to get a lot of the funding to start that process. Also, it's been really challenging for ag and open space to consider these parks for matching grant possibilities because we are renovating fields, and we've lost a softball field or a baseball field right across the street because it's now going to be an affordable housing project. So we have a challenge, and I think the large budget requests that I've submitted really emphasize the fact that Steve has been working on acquisition for the 8th Street East bike path for decades. I can say Union Pacific is so much fun to work with, and the history of the right-of-way moving back and forth between the railroad and the street is always fascinating. So absolutely, I would love to have the board consider that. We'll talk about more this afternoon. But Burt, you really talked about the fact that we're working with Mark Levine's office. We may get a grant for Maxwell Park. We may get this, and we have little piecemeal funding sources. And yet we've submitted a board request for large amount. So how would you recommend that we consider working with the CAO's office in the years, I would say years ahead, to piecemeal that and to complete some of the park renovations and additions?
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Through the chair. Yeah, what we learned, we put this project out to bid this past fall. essentially working off some apparently dated engineer estimates of a $3 to $4 million price tag for a meaningful park redevelopment project. And, it came back at around a $7.5 million endeavor to do the really key pieces of this project at Maxwell Farms, which is these all-weather fields, which the urgency has actually increased more than ever with the drought conditions and some well issues out there. But really, those are the maximum facilities of lots of families and youth, and certainly with the Boys and Girls Club in the middle of the park as well. This project really helps sort that out. But we're putting the project out to bid. We're going to be holding our breath, honestly, to sort of see what cost escalation due to materials, inflation, all those things. This would be 6 months later, but not expecting the cost to go down. Really, we've been able to amass about $2.5 million in our capital project fund for this towards the project. And as we're no guarantees certainly with working with Levine's office to the assembly process and the governor's budget, but really a scenario here where if dollars can be brought in from Maxwell Farms, potentially county dollars, which are more flexible and can be redirected by this board, can be put towards our next urgent need in line here, which is Larson Park, which is also the last grant we submitted for. We estimated a real redevelopment cost of around $3 to $3.5 million. Once again, that's probably on the low end of what it will cost to do. With the phasing, it does give us some ability to be strategic. There's also significant cost in going back and doing a capital project twice at a facility. So the idea being here is, Maxwell Farms, a little bit bigger bite of the apple. It's a significantly larger project, more community benefit, regional benefits. Larson Park also, though, has got humongous needs, definitely major equity considerations in my mind. But challenging in many ways at Larson to sort of deconstruct the pieces of the project because the park is in such a tight footprint that really going and just doing a pickleball court, a tennis court, or doing a soccer field, you really sort of have to open up the whole facility to not be spending the same money twice to do the mobilization and those sort of hard costs that we get in with public projects. So, but I think it's a good conversation, and Maxwell, as I said, the bid will go out first. We'll be looking next year to get the Larson bid out, and as dollars come in, these projects happen over time, and it's really going to be, I think, an ongoing conversation and work with county administrator's office and continued work with our grant funding partners. We do have a little under $1 million request in for a Prop 68 grant once again for Maxwell Farms. We're not holding our breath on that one, but we are continuing to any opportunity that looks like it could be fundable to put in what we think would be a strategic ask for those programs.
Thanks, Burt. And I've heard from constituents far and near that a very heavily used Larson Park is no longer used because the facilities are too dangerous to use. The soccer fields, soccer players, youth and adult have gone elsewhere, and people will not use the tennis courts because they've had injuries trying to play tennis there. So I think right next to an elementary school that is very heavy population of Latino low-income folks and could be used and is not. So we'll talk about that this afternoon, but I appreciate all of your efforts. I would love to see the Sonoma Valley multi-use path completed in the next 2 years. Can you work on that? Steve says yes. So thank you both. Thank you all for the amazing work that you have done with our parks, for our parks during a desperately needed time for our community.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. And you probably guessed what Supervisor Gorin was going to ask about, and you can probably guess what I'm going to ask about as well. I think that we all have the script by now. First of all, I want to thank you for the work on the Leave No Trace program. And it's really, really exciting to see the whole North Coast pulling together, Marin, Sonoma, Mendocino, around common messaging, engaging with our tribal partners, trying to create a culture of stewardship for the coastline. It's fantastic. And I'm really grateful for the work that you all have done. I do want to check in on the promise that you've been making for a few years, which is, how do we support unincorporated communities who don't yet even have, a park to renovate, right? Of, communities that don't have access to those kinds of amenities, don't have a city government that can, sort of make those investments and monitor for that. So we have always talked about, once those buckets fill up of funding, that is something that ultimately regional parks might be able to provide a supportive role for. I'm just wondering, what's your sense on timing in terms of getting into that business of really assisting unincorporated communities with the amenities that they're trying to rally behind. I think, of course, of the Forestville skate spot, which we've been talking about for about 5 years now, and Jackie is still soldiering on and working on that. But it's just so hard. And we're ultimately left to either small, poorly funded rec and park districts or nonprofits who try to take this under their wing and advance solutions for the community. And then unfortunately, sometimes once we do get those amenities introduced, there's a lack of ability to maintain or care for the properties. Restrooms, obviously, is another thing that we've talked a lot about. So your thoughts on those kinds of amenities, both restrooms in unincorporated areas that are heavily trafficked by visitors, as well as unincorporated parks?
No, thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. And definitely as we continue to see our community have these strong wants and desires for outdoor recreation and public places, it's fantastic. Really what I see in real time is in many ways, each of these situations is still customized. AKA, there's not a one size fits all sort of with our county framework and the resources with regional parks at this moment. But definitely in each of these areas, I think about different zones of the county, and certainly think about the Russian River corridor, where, as you mentioned, there are two actual park districts in there, and we work closely with them to try and make sure that we're complementing each other's work to support the community's needs. And then we end up with this circumstances of some of the desires of our Forestville community, and sort of looking at that one. I know on that one in particular, we continue to converse regularly with Jackie and trying to figure out formulas where there's actually a nice dichotomy. As I mentioned, needing a park maintenance facility, perhaps there's a footprint there where we can achieve multiple objectives with one project and working together for the community benefit. In other areas of the county as well, I think to North County and some of our work we really would desire additional river access points adjacent to some of our communities in Geyserville and Cloverdale area, and how we do that. So each of these is going to need to be, it's ongoing discussion, and certainly with those partners, Regional Parks remains a committed partner. Many times these come up through the matching grant program. I know in real time of being more how would I say it, direct with those partners of how we could potentially partner up for different pieces of projects and get these going in the unincorporated communities is a priority, and do want to see that go on, and how other county projects that we're doing to really expand and connect the system can also help create those opportunities, where we have the West County Trail now, for example, that is a huge linear recreation source for those communities and really brings a lot of value. And there's other areas of the county where we'd like to develop those facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you probably know the next question that I didn't ask the first time, which is just going back to that idea of parks being loved to death, right? Really appreciate the pilot program around a Russian River shuttle this past year. And I'm guessing we're, maybe 6 weeks away from the complaint starting to come in about, parking in neighborhoods and traffic and all of those things. Thoughts on strategies for the future for this challenge, where we have parks that are being loved to death, that have limited carrying capacity and just excess demand?
No, thank you. And we are looking forward to the calls. It'll be not 6 weeks. It's once the temperature is 87 degrees, right? Could happen any day now. We are looking forward to continuing on with our sort of pilot shuttle program this summer for the Russian River, and really being able to get it off the ground at the beginning of summer and put way more marketing and energy into it than last year, where it was July 4th before we got it going. And so really trying to get off and see what we learned from that. The other thing I'm really pleased and sort of intrigued by learning is, as we are working with the National Leave No Trace organization, and you're really helping us with this shifting of information both externally and actually at the parks, so really putting the why for visitors of why it's going to make their experience better, doing the right things, making the right choices. And we're already seeing feedback from the community members. I mean, this organization has been around the country, and I've been just impressed with all the meetings and presentations where a lot of the data and stuff that we just don't have the resources or honestly the statistical ability to sort of figure out these just human norms of the choices that people make in these settings. They're bringing that forward to us and our surrounding partners, and it's really an interesting strategic way to think through all levels of the experience of coming and visiting Sonoma County, sort of what you walk away with. And we're seeing little bits. I'm not going to tell you that the Russian River, we're not going to wake up to some pretty messy beaches as the summer goes on, but so far we're seeing actually some noticeable trends, and that's absolutely fascinating. And we're looking forward to sort of going all in on this thing over the next couple of years to see what we learn and how we can fine tune it for our local needs.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your work, Burt, and for all of your team. You have such fantastic staff that are always so responsive to the needs of our residents and our constituents, and really always trying to be good neighbors and good partners. So thank you.
Chair Gore.
Thank you. We're sharing the workload up here today, so appreciate it. After 2 days of budgets, I thank Supervisor Corsi, our Vice Chair, for helping facilitate today. It's good to see you all. You know, the 8 million plus that you talk about in grants is phenomenal. It also belies delivering on a message that was what it took to be able to get this parks measure over basically, you know, the trial that we suffered before when we missed it by a couple hundred votes. And, you know, the delivery, we always said it was going to be there, but it's great to see it on the ground. You know, I really don't have anything for you. I could talk to you for days about specific projects and my desire and other things, but honestly, what we're doing with the River Parkway, what we have on the horizon with Memorial Beach is a big jam up there, and what we're doing in our areas. I just saw what you're doing on Foothill. As you said, go out and take a hike. I prefer to go take a ride, as you know. I get up there on a mountain bike, but I just see great work going on everywhere, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for the work. Thank you to you for your leadership, Burt, but thank you to everyone within the parks, regional parks. What a great problem to have. I mean, it's success. Is people wanting to get out on the parks and enjoy them. So, I mean, this is really something to be celebrated as well as a challenge in how you go about it. But I think it's so much better than the alternative, which would be, you know, begging people to come out onto the land, especially as we learned through the pandemic. And I think people really, you know, now have that more ingrained in them, hopefully going forward. I don't really have any specifics. I understand totally the issues regarding capital projects and the cost of things and trying to get those big projects over the finish line really difficult. And source of funds are always tough to come by. I do appreciate all the through Measure M, obviously the additional work that you know, like Putman, for instance, the trail improvements that were long overdue and now are really providing a much better experience and a better for the environment as well. So all those kind of things, great potential ahead. These challenges will probably always be with us, but it's a good problem to have. And I think we continue down that road. Unbelievable that we have twice as many parks in terms of acreage since my tenure here. And I remember at the beginning, especially myself and then Supervisor McGuire, kind of pulling our hair out going, you know, it was right after the recession, when the state was abandoning their purchases and then turning them over to us, which, you know, we got through it and we're better for it. And we have that many more opportunities for the public. So even though that success is now could be spread out a little more on additional acreage, and the imprint would be that much less. So again, appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, on your O&M budget, $17 million, what percentage of that goes into essentially law enforcement, rangers, homeless response? I know you're out on the Joe Rodota Trail quite a bit, trying to keep that clear. Do you have any figures on that?
Thank you. I can certainly speak to the number of rangers in a general ballpark, you know, scale of what that program is. Do we have numbers, kind of a ballpark of the cost? I mean, our ranger workforce right now is approximately 20 positions. You know, essentially the men and women that are helping, you know, support Joe Rodota Trail, which is one of our primary areas, but we also spend a good bit of time you know, working with folks experiencing homelessness in our valley parks, as well as in the Russian River Parks area. I know we were doing some bit of tracking cost analysis. You want to speak to that a little bit, Danny, kind of what we're seeing this year in real time?
Yeah, we certainly do spend a good amount of resources on fencing, and security, and staff, of course, but we are currently working on aggregating that data to put before you to provide to the administrator's office, but we don't currently have a figure for that at the moment.
Okay, that's included in the effort to kind of quantify the entire, okay. Do you hire private security to augment rangers?
Extensively. The Joe Rodota Trail essentially is a routine basis, really, for the last number of years has been pretty much 7-day-a-week daytime security with some evening checks. And we have emerging situations out there with the potential of a larger encampment growing. We are basically providing 24-hour security during those periods of time where we were most concerned about major numbers of individuals gathering out there.
Okay. I want to thank you and all your staff for the work that you do so people can play. That's as noted several times in this discussion, it's more important than ever. People want to be outside. People want to be in those free and open and fun places. So I'll try and concentrate on that more so than enforcement issues. Do you have anything you want to add or leave with us before we move on?
Nothing to add at this point. No, thank you.
All right. Well done. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
All right. We'll move on a few minutes early, but we will move on to the University of California Cooperative Extension. Welcome, Ms. Larson.
Good morning.
I half expected you to come in with a flock of sheep or goats to keep things tidy around here.
Believe me, if I could, I would have, yes. Minute, I'll get this. This, of course, is the hardest thing for me to do.
Stephanie, if you can hear me, click on the slideshow item at the very top next to animations.
Thank you very much. It's great to be in front of you. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. I'm Stephanie Larson. I'm the County Director and the Department Head for the University of California Cooperative Extension. And I'm really excited today that I have Deborah Curl in the audience with me. And I'm sure I have all my staff on Zoom World cheering me on and ready to answer any questions that might come up from all of you. As the University of California Cooperative Extension, we are the extension of the University of California system. We are partners with the Sonoma County. We have done that for over 100 years. It's been a great partnership where we bring educational research-based information to the county and serve the constituents of the County of Sonoma in all the areas of agriculture and natural resources and youth development. We have a small department. We like to say small but mighty. And I mentioned I am the director. And then we kind of split into two different groups. We have the research and educational programs that we provide to the county and to our constituents and our clientele. And then we have administration. So we have just from the county, we have $1,507,780 in general funds. We have FTE of 6.75. And we are looking, we have a change there. What you see is the money that you had provided for us from the PG&E. And with that, we have been able to hire a vegetation management program director. And we have been very excited with the impacts that we have made in addressing vegetation management. So with that, in our FTEs, our department expenditures, most of our money goes to our research and educational programs. So we are putting out a variety of different programs dealing with disaster preparedness, food, agriculture production, youth development, and a variety of different climate issues. Our administration is just dealing with, we have 1.75 staff, and our department of operating expenditures are $1,233,484. So with that, the general fund contributes the majority of our income. We do not do a fee for charge. We are free to the community. We provide our services for free. We get, sometimes we get grants, and this $25,000 represents the sudden oak death grant that we receive from the federal government that provides us to do outreach and work with landowners on sudden oak death issues and addressing those. We don't generate any revenue. And the other input is from ISD. So I'm really excited to let you know that the University of California is expanding its contributions to the County of Sonoma. We have already brought in our new viticulture advisor who is serving our clientele in Sonoma County. We are also hired a specialty crops advisor who will be coming to our county at the end of this year. We have a fire science advisor that has been hired, and she will be coming in this summer, and we'll be working with our teams. And we are going to be hiring a soils and water advisor, and that individual will work directly with issues such as water recharge, working closely with Sonoma Water, and some of the drought and preparedness situations. So we're very excited that we are expanding the contributions from the University of California to provide additional resources to Sonoma County. So when we think about addressing key operational objectives, as I mentioned, we're very excited that we've had such a great partnership with Sonoma Water. There's been many things that have come up through COVID, through the drought, and with working with Sonoma Water, we have been able to address some of those issues. They've been a great partnership to provide additional water sources for our animal agriculture industry, and assessing, where do we look at areas for water recharge? How do we get those necessary resources to our key partners and our agriculture producers? We're also very actively working with our vineyard growers and looking at how they can address drought issues, and particularly in maintaining production and frost protection. We have been working with our key partners using the wildfire resiliency framework that Sonoma Water and UCC are developing. We've also crossed over and working very closely with the CWPP program, Carleone Stafford, and we have been expanding the use of the wildfire fuel mapper that through your dollars we were able to create, working with Pepperwood, and we are using that to help private and public landowners prioritize where to implement best management practices to address climate impacts, vegetation management, and economic resilience. I am very excited that we're really working to expand the grazing program. It's obviously one of my areas of interest and expertise, and we're working very closely to make it a more resilient program. So working closely with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, NRCS, and working with them to help landowners to apply for EQIP funds. And then after they apply for EQIP funds, then there's additional programs, the Conservation Stewardship Program, that provides an ongoing payment for some practices such as prescribed grazing. And that helps us to maintain that vegetation layer level to a less severity possibilities of fires, and more carbon sequestration, and then long-term resilient management of our forest and our rangelands. I am very excited that through the efforts of our UCCE staff, we secured for our dairy, livestock, and viticulture producers 29 healthy soil grants. That cost came at no cost to the county, and that will result in 10,798 metric tons of CO2 equivalent stored. So we're really excited, and that'll be an opportunity for our producers to apply some of the practices such as compost application, prescribed grazing, vegetation and planting, such as seeding, tree planting. I also wanted to give a shout out to our master gardeners who have provided 40 years of service this year to the County of Sonoma, and their Garden Sense program that addresses drought issues reached an all-time program milestone with 289 home visits. And one of our challenges is that we really want the UCC to be your go-to department to address climate smart agriculture, and particularly how we are posed in our partnerships with our public and private key landowners. As we look at disaster preparedness, I'm very anxious to and very excited that I've been recently added to the ad hoc committee for the ag access, and I'm wanting to provide leadership for the animal agriculture industry and assist our producers in being more prepared for disasters, especially as it relates to fire, drought, and water availability. We recently held a town hall in District 5 with our vegetation manager leading the discussion around insurance for home and landowners. And we are collaborating with the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety on community resilience. And that's the research group for the insurance industry. And we hope to do more with that. Again, like I said, we'll continue our work with our partner with Sonoma Water and looking at our resiliency landscape planner tool and our wildfire fuel mapper, and looking at working with landowners on a parcel scale and a large scale. And we just recently released a video on the importance of vegetation management, and we received funding from Ag and Open Space to develop a printed brochure that we'll do in both English and Spanish that really outlines what those different practices look like and what a healthy rangeland and forest land would look like for people to have an example of. And so finally, as it relates to seeking opportunities to provide underserved farmers and ranchers, we're really wanting to continue that discussion about growing more local food, providing more land access for our underserved persons, and providing that we have a local secure food. So we're looking to do that as well. I'm very excited about that. So some of our objectives is that we want to expand our county lands for food production opportunities. And so doing that, we're hoping that we can get some funding that will help us to address those issues as far as food access. And we're looking for funding that we can help develop a model so that we assess the existing conditions for our land and our farm business viability, because it's really important that we look at opportunities to provide land and educational opportunities for our underserved group, but also to work with our existing producers to make sure that they stay viable. We want to develop a feasibility for providing improved land access opportunities, farm business viability for these limited farmers in Sonoma County. We recently held a meeting with Farm Service Agency as it relates to disaster preparedness. And so we're trying to increase our opportunities for our local farmers and ranchers to apply for federal dollars and not to leave federal dollars on the table. And so some of these programs are difficult and the paperwork is hard. And so we're extending our staff and the opportunities to help them to apply for these funds. And so that helps offset some of the losses for forage, some of the losses for cost of hay and water hauling. And so we're really excited about that. And we're really grateful that the County of Sonoma, the Board of Supervisors, provided us a match for a USDA grant. And that with that match, we are applying for a food program. And in that program, that would provide farm to emergency food. It will provide networks for networks in a regional basis where we will be able to increase our food access in emergencies. We're going to have an emergency feeding plan, and we'll outline the roles of who's going to be responsible for that when we do that. And we're going to look at the policy and economic barriers. So identify those issues that might address and impede emergency food and supply at come in emergency times. And so it's hopefully we'll get that funded. It's a really great collaboration. 6 counties are participating in that. And so there's a really good chance to get that. Also really excited through Supervisor Gorin's help. We're working with the Valley of the Moon Children to develop a home garden. It will be a demonstration garden for educational purposes. They hope to restore the gardening space and to restart the program and work with children. They're also exploring a large county engagement along with staff at Juvenile Hall for a garden that engages both the staff and the youth. We're very excited that our Master Food Preservers has kicked off its 2nd year, and it's a program that deals with preserving food, and that's really critical given the cost of food that it is right now. And so we hope to expand that to do more with the underserved and those in need. And finally, it's just really important that we continue to revisit the county lands for food production, whether it's creating a food incubator, an incubator farm, opening up land access. We want to provide mentorships, looking at successional planning, economic viability for food production. for current and small scale and underserved farmers and ranchers. So with that, we try to be as involved in the county as we can. Like I said, we've partnered with Permit Sonoma, Open Space, Sonoma Water, and through our resiliency planning efforts and addressing landowners' needs for vegetation management help. I'm getting a lot more calls for grazing, and so we're looking at expanding the knowledge and application of the best management practices, such as grazing and through matchstock graze, and our prescribed fire efforts. And so we're integrating cultural burning and tribal outreach to our landowners to support this work. And then we're looking at obviously enhancing carbon sequestration and climate mitigation and conducting our climate smart agriculture programs for healthy soils, our dairy digesters, our manure management and compost production and application. And we're really looking at expanding these opportunities for compost as a land use, land reduction impacts to our landfills, and helping our local dairy producers in particular to produce their own compost on their own lands that they could potentially sell in a way for increasing carbon sequestration. So with that, with all that's going on and all of our new advisors that are coming on, we're really excited that we might be able to get an additional senior agriculture program assistant. That's a county-based person that would help with our 3 new farm advisors conducting the research and outreach programs. And with that, that helps us to expand our opportunities throughout the county, and particularly in these areas that I've mentioned with soil and water, with specialty crops, and with our fire science. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions that I can answer.
Thank you, Director Larson. I'll start questions on my left this time. Supervisor Abbott.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thank you. It's good to see you. Thanks for all the work. A couple things struck me as you're going through some of the operational goals and whatnot. Farm business vitality, and of course, down my way, what I think 2 herds were sold this last year in dairies, and people are looking to see what the future holds. It seems to be, quite honestly, a lot of event centers in old barns and whatnot, which is not a bad thing overall. But again, it's a change of use and a change of lifestyle and a change of in pressure all the way around. That coupled with water, and especially as we talk about our groundwater sustainability agencies and the disparity throughout the county, because it's kind of contrary to some of the goals regarding trying to expand local food access, when local food in one area is going to cost 2 or 3 times to water than it would in another area, only because of the bureaucratic reporting mechanisms that the state has put in place. And I guess that somewhere in there's a question about how we go forward within that. Really, does UCCE, I mean, how do we really, it's ag always says it's death by 1,000 cuts through all the regulatory, and it seemingly is, especially when, a lot of commodity prices are fixed and you can't get any more for that, or they're flat or going down. How does your office actually work with on that end of things to make sure that it's a viable business opportunity going forward?
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. We do several things. And I think what we've done initially first is taking advantage of all the state and federal dollars that are out there and really working with our producers. Like I said, we secured 29 Healthy Soils grants. Those grants provide up to $100,000 in practices. And so that helps with, carbon sequestration. It also improves production, different things like that. So it gives those dollars that are out there. We're working with them, helping them apply for those grants. And we're going to be working again with NRCS to take first advantage of the money that's out there, and then looking at opportunities from a marketing perspective. As you said, we've got a very active agritourism piece of UC Cooperative Extension, and that we can bring those value added opportunities to some of those producers that the traditional agriculture is not quite paying the bills. And how do we add value to that? Whether with dairies, it's cheese making, or it's event centers, or it's something that helps add income and helps bring the next generation or new generations to the farm. So we're looking at, obviously dollars now that are available through state and federal, working with that, but we're also looking at down the road, what's the new crop, or what's the new opportunity to make money. So we're very actively working with all of these producers and looking at different revenue streams, because we're recognizing that it's really important. So the idea that, in a dairy, it might be a production of now compost that they sell to another commodity, or so starting a new business that already is kind of existing on their operation. And then through our ag ombudsman, then that she could help navigate through permitting and different things like that. So we're always looking at what's the next thing to sell. And we're, maybe with the wildfire resiliency planner, we can look at different areas in the county where these assets could be also sold for like payments for ecosystem services. So paying for recharge and things like that we haven't paid for before. So we're always willing to look outside the box for additional resources.
I appreciate that. And I know that you understand the issues that I think everyone is confronting. I think that we need to, as a board, quite honestly, again, not necessarily a budget related thing, but in terms of policy, look at those, the flexibility that farm stays, for instance, you can only stay in the house of the farmer. Well, if the farmer has kids, do you really want someone coming, and staying in your home with your children sleeping down the hall? No. I mean, so we need to really kind of look at these things and not feel like, just have more flexibility to provide the opportunity to stay on the land, to keep the farm going, and not, in my opinion, be so constricting about how that works. But thank you for all the work. Thank you. Looking forward. And I know between fire, drought, your plate is full.
Thank you.
Other questions? Chair Gore?
I'd just love to see the resources that are coming from the state. And I just, it makes me think about, initially when I first joined the Board of Supervisors and we were fighting just to get a, one position to support you in your work because of that role. And predominantly, so many of our goals link with private landowners, and we don't, we do that for easements, but not for just general issues outside of ag and open space. And so, I just really look forward to seeing these resources come to pass. And I want to make sure you're included as we move into the Healthy Forest ad hoc as well, because I think the deployment of a lot of these resources and figuring out who does what, when, where, how is going to be good. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very active in the Healthy Soils work group, and we will have our wildfire mitigation manager will be at the table for that.
Supervisor Hopkins?
Thank you. And I want to say thank you so much for an excellent town hall. I received such positive feedback about how informative that was. And the connection really to the wildfire insurance was a critical one, because I think that increasingly in North and West and East County, we are really struggling to obtain homeowners insurance. And a lot of folks that I know, I think I came to you and I said, I have a friend who literally lives in downtown Burnville who has been, with the same homeowners insurance for decades and was abruptly dropped due to wildfire risk. And that's right in town. That's not even the folks who live, on the ridge tops or out in more rural areas. So same question that I asked a couple of other departments as well, which is, how do we look at getting all of that fantastic information into one warehouse, one clearinghouse? Because I really feel like, we have so many resources. You're working on this. Ag and Open Space is working on this. PRMD is working on this. And yet how do we create, and then we also have all of our local fire safe councils, right? Which you partner with on a regular basis. And you've also been great at working with local HOAs and other community-based organizations to try to galvanize neighborhood efforts. How do we get all of that information into one easy to access portal that any resident, right, rather than paying us and, in a state of panic, right, can actually just sort of walk themselves through the process and say, oh, okay, if it looks like this is the one size fits all door, but here's the path that I need to take, for my particular situation. It's almost like we need a, cosmopolitan style quiz, like, one of those kind of walks you through. But anyways, what are your thoughts on how do we warehouse that information and make it easier for residents to access and digest?
Well, hopefully this doesn't sound self-serving, but I have offered our department to be that one-stop shop. You see, Cooperative Extension deals with homeowners through our Master Gardener program, and home hardening and defensible space. We partner very well with CWPP and Permit Sonoma, and very key partners with Ag and Open Space, regional parks and Sonoma Water, and wouldn't be our department without our partner with Ag and Ag Commissioner. But I would very much like to be that one-stop shop, because we do not require permits. We do not issue fines. We provide education and research-based information. And so I agree with you. And I hear a lot of the siloed issues and some of the, I didn't know you existed kind of issues. And so I think it would be really advantageous if we could have a one-stop shop, and we would really push that out. I don't know if you noticed our annual report just recently. And so we have a lot more social media presence, and then we have put some efforts in to make that out. So I would be happy to take that role on.
That's great. Well, it seems like there needs to be a follow-up meeting probably with you and Misty and Kim and, Tennis, and just sort of figuring out exactly how that's going to work. But thank you very much for stepping
And
forward.
we have talked about it.
Great.
It's just that each department has their interest, and we would just like to be able to coordinate all of those interests for the communities.
And I also think that it's okay for each department to still have their own interest, as long as there's sort of an umbrella website where you land and then it links over, right, to, oh, this is the program, that would be most applicable for you. Go here. So I really just think that having some kind of a portal, some kind of a basically front door for this effort would be extremely valuable for residents. And it looks like, Christine, are you leaning in?
Thank you for that. And we've asked our communications director, Paul Gossen, to start facilitating that conversation, as you said, to see how we can better enhance our visibility.
Great. Thank you very much. I also was very excited to read and to hear about your efforts surrounding local food security. I know that's something you've been leaning in on for quite some time, but really excited to hear about the preservation and canning side of things. And I did want to let you know, and hopefully invite you to a future meeting. There's been a lot of conversations in the farm worker community around sort of an incubator farm that would empower farm workers to become farm owners, and sort of make that transition and kind of just delete. Honestly, it seems like we should delete that lexicon, that sort of word from our vocabulary in terms of farm workers, because they're farmers, right? They tend the land, they steward the land. We are all farmers if we are working the land and taking care of it. So look forward to following up on that and connecting you with some of the folks I know there are multiple different efforts, and I'm sure you've been in communication with Evan Wig and Tim from Feed Sonoma, but some other conversations, including the farm sort of North Bay Jobs with Justice side, and trying to rally around possible paths forward. So look forward to following up with you on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gordon?
I want to add my thank you so much. Just looking at the many ways that you and your amazing staff are moving forward. It's not surprising that people may not know about you, but oh wait, you're involved in this and this and this and this. Thank you for all that you do. And you are part of the conversation regarding better information on what is available at the county through the various departments and grant opportunities. Stephanie, you and I have been working on the concept of a beginning farm, or at least land for a beginning farmer at Los Gulicos. And there is fallow land just waiting to be farmed. Oh, it may take a few years to bring it up to speed. We've identified it has water, electricity, and it's challenging to do exactly that, to match it up with a beginning farmer. So what's the prospects going forward? How can we finally realize this vision?
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin, for all your support that you've given us over the years. There's an effort, and we've been approached by a group that has to do a feasibility study with Ag and Open Space and us, and revisiting the county lands for food production that I know you were involved with many years ago. And so it's looking at the county lands that are sitting fallow that could potentially grow food or graze animals on, and looking at if there's other additional county or city resources available for whether it's our traditional commercial farmers or our new beginning farmers and ranchers. And so the process is we're hoping that we can find funding through either through Ag and Open Space, through maybe PG&E funding, to have this study done, because we want to do a more robust study and really expand that county lands and understand what is it going to cost. For example, for that land at Los Gulicos, what is the startup cost? What is it going to cost the county? What should we look at, and develop those protocols for many lands, and then start, getting that going, and start in a couple of different demonstration areas, and then start to develop more of a connection with existing farmers and maybe some mentorships, and then working at maybe these the farm workers and helping them build the opportunities to expand and become farmers themselves. So whether it's an incubator farm or it's just, you rent some property and then you have a mentor working with you. So what we're looking at is a study to really tease that out. So we've got a proposal that we're discussing and hopefully can find some funding to do that.
Fabulous.
Mhm.
And I just love that the master gardeners have embraced the little secret garden over at Los Gulicos and working with Valley of the Moon Children's
Mhm.
Home. Certainly Oakmont volunteers want to get in there once again in moving forward with a demonstration garden about drought resistance, fire resilience. It's a perfect place for it.
Yes.
And so I'm excited about that. And hopefully we have figured out the right of way issues to get access to Los Gulicos. Hopefully General Services is now working on that. So I look forward to that. One thought as you move forward with evaluating your lands for farming,
Mhm.
I don't know that that's really a requirement, but when I've been talking to folks in the beginning farming, small farm community, they say they really want an opportunity for the farmer to live on the site or close to the site. I don't know that that's possible at Los Gulicos or any of the other places that you are evaluating, but maybe there is a way we can work on putting one of those temporary yurts or
Mhm.
ADUs that we just talked about on the land, and to figure out if that really is a requirement for a successful farmer.
Absolutely. And housing is one of the other key pieces. And so we could definitely work with
Is that you playing
I
music?
hope not.
We're all gonna boogie up here.
Yeah. But no, it's something that we have a really good working relationship between the two ombudsmen. It's in our office and Permit Sonoma, that maybe they could kind of put their heads together to come up with some ideas to
Good.
address that.
Maybe composting toilets are in our future. Never know. Okay, thank
Great,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Larson.
Mhm.
I'm going to apologize if you've already sent these. I apologize, but would you send again, if so, the video and the brochure that you talked about? On
Absolutely.
vegetation? Thank you.
Yes.
Question about the additional advisors from UC, and that's great to hear.
Mhm.
Is there any time commitment that UC has made, whether this is a 1-year thing or how long can we expect?
We are here for the duration. You've been stuck with me for a long, long time. So hopefully they will have a long career as well. So there is the only one that is termed is the fire science, and that's for 4 years. And that was funding through CAL FIRE. And hopefully at the end of 4 years, we will be able to secure permanent funding for that. But the other 3 are definite permanent funding.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Yes.
Any other questions from supervisors? If not, I'll ask you if you have anything you want to add, leave with us before we move on.
Just thank you very much for your support. I'm sorry that we don't get to come before you very often, but we're always grateful that you continue to support us, and we are willing to step up and do more if you would like us to do that. And we're just anxious that we can continue to do more climate smart agriculture, looking towards some funding from the climate group to expand our opportunities for more grazing and looking at more of a resilient program as opposed to a one-time practice, so that we can really look at vegetation management for the long term.
All right. And on a personal note, I want to let you know that I'm very much interested in the incubator farm issue, so please keep in touch with me. on that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It's exciting to hear because I know Susan and I have been having this discussion for many years. So if we could get something going, that would be awesome.
Right. And I've spoken to Misty about it a couple times, but I'm glad to hear that we're all on the same page.
We're all on the same page.
All right.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Just about on time. Moving on to Sonoma Water.
Mr. Chair, for the day, if I might request the song before we start. I think Christina, I was wondering what it was.
It was Abba's song.
It was
It was a
ABBA?
ringtone, yeah,
It
yeah.
was Abba.
We all
We
want
all
it.
can subscribe to that. It's probably part of the
Hey,
PowerPoint.
own it, own it. Don't be, you own it. It's good. I
Good
was like,
selection.
we need a little
I don't
joy
know.
this morning.
I don't know. There ought to be a law.
I even think it was a dancing queen. Abba song.
All right. Lynn, Grant, welcome.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Directors for Sonoma Water. It's a real privilege to be here. I'm struck by a common theme this morning, and that is the number of times that you're going to hear from your department heads, agency heads, talking about collaboration and coordination. Stephanie Larson was just going over a number of items around sustainable groundwater and recharge, and then fire management, and working with the county administrator's office on really good decision support tools to make sure that we're investing at the local level as well as the watershed level. So I expect coming behind me with the Ag Commissioner and his work, we're working on drought. You've got Misty coming in from open space. It's just, I'm just struck by what we can get accomplished if we work together and leverage our resources, and that's going to be a common theme. So with me here today is Lynn Roselli. She is our Administrative Division Services Manager at the Water Agency and so much more. But I want to take that opportunity to thank her and her staff, because today happens to be Administrative Professionals Day. And they work hard throughout the year, and they make us look good, and they take care of business, and they are often unrecognized and overlooked. And I just can't help but start the morning off with recognizing that day and to thank them for that work and her leadership there. I'm Grant Davis, General Manager at Sonoma Water, and I want to also take the opportunity to thank Travis Schenk, who is the county, he is our analyst and who has helped throughout the year to make sure that we're in sync with the county family. He does a great job. Lynn and I sometimes get frustrated at the technical questions that he goes into, but that's his job, and he wants us to present it. So there's a good working relationship there, and that's the basis by which we can be here before you today. Right out front, I want to just make sure and reinforce the idea that Sonoma Water, we've got 3 different divisions roughly that we've got: water supply and transmission, which is by far the largest area of our effort, serving clean, reliable drinking water every day to 600,000 customers as a wholesaler. That's the lion's share of our work. But we also have a great deal of flood protection work that we do throughout the year, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit today, as well as wastewater treatment and reuse, which with 8 different sanitation zones and districts that we were in charge of after 1995 at a county reorganization. We're still trying to catch up and manage those properly with never enough resources. All the innovation that we're working on, I think the future lies in coordination, consolidation, and continuing to leverage state and federal dollars to manage those facilities. It's an ongoing challenge. So with that, I'll just give you a heads up that this is one of those areas where you have a FTE of 250 and a budget of 222 million plus. That includes 3 positions that will be coming before you next week, and we couldn't not include that in this presentation. So I'm clarifying. It's really 247 on the books, but 3 to come, and those are essential areas. So first is an accountant 1 in our grants team. You're going to hear this theme again about just the remarkable leveraging that we're doing with ratepayer dollars that all of you have helped us secure, primarily in this case at the state level. We've just had a slew of funding from the Department of Water Resources that I will mention a bit. So that IT systems analyst is in sync with an account grants team analyst and a building mechanic, just to keep up with the volume of work and activity. So that's coming next week. We included in here, but it's your decision. So we didn't want to prejudge, but we didn't want to come here and not highlight what we're going to be coming for. So that's all inclusive. And I think with that, I'm going to have Lynn walk through some of the detail on our expenditures and our revenue, and I'll take over back on the strategic plan if we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. So Sonoma Water's the expenditures, again, Grant mentioned 222 million. More than half is water supply and transmission. Wastewater treatment and reuse makes up about 1/3. Flood protection is about 10%.
The largest contributors to the increase, the $19 million increase that you saw on the page one, is maintaining aging infrastructure, improving existing infrastructure, hazard mitigation projects, Dry Creek habitat enhancement, biological opinion work, and a whole suite of climate adaptation projects make up this $222 million budget. We also want to point out that we are working very hard under grants leadership to incorporate equity, diversity, and inclusion in the work that we are doing, including looking at a budget equity tool, looking at equity in terms of our procurement processes, and looking at equity in terms of communications, both internal and external, and that it will be weaved throughout all of our programs and our core functions. On the revenue side, once again, we have 22 million in revenues. Internal reimbursements there are 78 million, but as has been mentioned a number of times at these workshops, that 78 million is not resources that we are able to put forward to our programs and our priorities. So it's really a $22 million budget. I just want to point out that we've got 31.7 million in state, federal, and other funds. And that makes up 15% of our budget. We have a very robust grants program. We continue to work very hard on that. We have more than 50 active grants at any given time that are equal more than $50 million worth of funding. Currently, we have over 7 million pending applications and have recent awards of about 10 million. Water sales, and I'm sorry, so skip forward here. Water sales and sewer service charges also make up a large portion of this budget. And then state and federal funding challenges and opportunities. I think I'm going to pass that back to Grant.
Thank you, Lynn. So this is the area where I'd like to highlight some of the more recent activities. It's really important to know that often as we're coordinating with the county on grant applications and projects, they're very specific. You're targeting resources, and each and every one of you as a board of directors has been involved with helping us secure grant funding to leverage our ratepayer dollars over the course of the years. And this past year, Director Rabbit actually was involved in helping us work with our water contractors. Remember, we were just here last week, and you had the chair of the TAC, who's retiring next week, Drew McIntyre, talk about our budget. And you, as the board, thank you for your leadership, passing our water supply framework and our budgets for the coming year for FY22. But let me just list a few of these. When you think about the importance of, it's not so important who gets the grant, it's the team that's in place and what the projects are, and the projects have to be spent on that. So I know you all spend a good deal of time trying to serve your constituents, and you do it well, uniformly. Oftentimes it's asking questions, why can't we do this and that? Or can you do this and that? And you know that at Sonoma Water, we do our very best to respond to those requests. We're not always able to fulfill that, but when we are, it's usually targeted at something in your district that has a clear and compelling need. This year, of course, it's drought. We're in the third year of a drought, and we're in the process of responding to something that's multi-year, comes on slow, and it lingers. So just yesterday, I was communicating with Director Godley, who mentioned his sleepless night would be worrying about earthquakes. I too am concerned about that, but right now we're in the middle of a drought, and we'll be coming back to the board talking about the task force, recent state laws that are requiring us to coordinate even more. But in that backdrop of drought, we have just secured about $54 million in multiple projects, and I'll just go through a cursory list of them. One of them is up in Director Gore's district, a really exciting project that didn't come to us. It's coming to the Dry Creek Rancheria. They're going to be looking at Floodmar, which is basically recharging the Alexander Valley. Very innovative, exciting project where the agricultural community is actually leading in on solutions. Do we have to monitor? Yes. Do we have to come up with efforts that will make sure that that's dealing with water rights that are going to be there, potential groundwater considerations? But the fact is, a wonderful grant, $7 million. They requested $9 million. Your board had authorized us to seed that in a similar way, and we'll be coordinating now with about $400,000 that the board authorized for us to coordinate. Really looking forward to that type of collaboration countywide. Another one down in Director Rabbit's area, Petaluma, is looking at expanding their recycled water system and received over $4 million to do that. That was the area that we were most concerned with last year, where we had to get water down into those dairies that were mentioned earlier. They were basically hauling water, and I expect it could do that again this year until you get these type of expansive programs built. But we're responding immediately into these areas where we know there are going to be concerns, and that's the primary focus of our work. One that I'm waiting on, literally when the governor's budget comes out, is a $10 million fund for atmospheric river research. I've been here before describing how our challenge is either drought or flood and everything in between. It's called weather whiplash. And the key phenomena that is going to dictate and will be, I predict, what gets us out of our drought. You saw a glimmer of that last year in heavy rains in October and December. We knew they were coming. And it's based on the type of research that we've done over a decade with Scripps Institute of Oceanography and the Center for Weather and Water Extremes in San Diego, to be able to more precisely tell when these atmospheric rivers are coming into our arena, and if they're going to land and stall out over our dams or below our dams. That's the critical nature. And how many days notice do you get? Well, I have every reason to believe that the governor is going to be looking kindly on that effort and continuing a multi-year effort. It's about a $50 million program. We have to break it into small chunks. So we're in the third year of what is a $10 million per year program. So we have the information to better manage Lake Mendocino and ultimately Lake Sonoma. So that's just a sampling of the efforts. But Valley of the Moon, one of our contractors, has an aquifer storage and recharge project. You had Sweetwater Springs in the first round secure funding in their region. So the fact is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, of all of the statewide money that was put out for the urban and multi-benefit projects, we received, this region, not Sonoma Water, the region, about 20% of the available funds. It's staggering. And I believe it was built on just about a year ago last week, when Governor Newsom was standing in Lake Mendocino and making the comment that he should have been standing in 40 feet of water. And we were in a bone dry lake at that time, at that location. Good news this year is we received a little bit more precipitation. We've got more water going in at this time of year than we did last year up in Lake Mendocino. And the state's also keenly aware. But does that mean we're going to avoid curtailments? No, it doesn't. It means that the rains that we received have not been enough to get us out of drought, and we'll have to have very aggressive water efficiency and water conservation throughout the region. Last year, we added Healdsburg and Cloverdale into that Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership, and that efficiency message with our contractors is going to have to be maintained even at a higher level. I'm expecting that last year, we were required to reduce our diversions out of the Russian River at a full 20%. And I expect that will probably be imposed again because the state will not authorize us and our needs without always extracting some type of effort. And so we've done our best to live within our means, to use water efficiently, to take state funding and bring that into the region for drought resiliency. And I just want to thank the board for supporting a number of these projects. Too many for me to list right now, but the theme is coordination, collaboration, and synergy. And we are definitely in that mode. So
Pardon the interruption,
Yeah.
Grant. Thank you for that. This is not directed just at you, but for everybody here today.
Mhm.
The Spanish translators are asking us to speak more directly into the microphones,
Okay.
to moderate our speed. And they will be very thankful if we can do that.
That's a wonderful reminder. Right when I kick it over to Lynn, she can either play the song again or carry on the proposition. What do you want to do?
Okay, to keep this moving, we want to talk about key operational objectives. Some of our objectives, our main operational challenges and objectives include designing critical infrastructure. Am I on the right page here? Hold on a minute. Okay, so design and construct critical infrastructure. We have more than $30 million allocated for hazard mitigation projects, for water supply reliability projects, for dry creek habitat enhancement, and for numerous sewer replacement projects. We want to also be operating and maintaining our aging infrastructure. We have 8 sanitation districts and zones. We have 5 flood control zones. We have water supply. We have water transmission. We have to work very hard at operating and maintaining our systems. A couple of projects that I want to point out are Cathodic Protection. We have 80 miles of aqueducts that need to be maintained. We have 18 storage tanks that store 128 million gallons of water that need to be recoated. And we have numerous other projects that are deferred maintenance that need to be addressed. We are, and one of Director Gore's favorites is, of course, sludge removal. And have to mention that we have to keep up with on a regular basis for all of our sanitation districts and zones. And then we'll be in the process of developing plans and funding applications for future improvements to our system. That includes local hazard mitigation plans. It includes FIRO modeling, includes advanced quantitative precipitation system planning, includes regional water supply resiliency studies, flood MAR, and many other projects that are needed to help inform future operations and maintenance and design projects. And then let's see here, we're moving on to, I feel like I'm missing some pages here.
No, I think we should just move to 10 and go into questions.
Yeah. So we have just briefly here, we have strategic plan objectives to be completed. We've covered many of these, the DWR drought response funds for the Santa Rosa Plain Wells, Russian River Watershed Resiliency Project for the Potter Valley Project, and various the Wildfire Decision Support Framework that was discussed in the previous presentation, and the Spring Lake Wildfire Vegetation Management. All of these projects are critical for climate action and maintaining resiliency in the system. And then just to round it out, we also have flood risk assessments, Alexander Valley Flood MAR feasibility studies, and the Central Sonoma Watershed Project Flood Management Facilities Assessment. All of these go toward climate adaptation and resilient infrastructure. And with that, anything further? Just round it out.
Yeah, I would like to just say that this board has been entirely supportive of our efforts over the years. You each have paid attention to different areas of interest, serving your districts well. Being in a drought for the 3rd year, this is my 4th drought in my tenure here. And what's happened is it's forced us to come up with innovative programs to respond. That's a consistent theme. And we're in process now of designing and carrying out work that will make us more resilient in the future. It's droughts that lead us into the type of projects that Lynn was just rattling off there. So we're in the middle of just beginning our own strategic plan update every 5 years. Some of you were part of the last one that we did that came wrapped up in 2017. So the 2022 version will be a coordinated effort. It will not be as detailed and as labor intensive, but it will be inclusive of all of our staff and our contractors. And I expect to be briefing each of you on the results of that as we move forward into the year. So with that, I'll kick it back to the board, and we're available for any questions.
All right. Thank you both. I'll start with Chair Gore.
It's a lot, and you're doing a lot, and it's needed. I love that you say a few-year drought. I actually would, how we define drought is very different. In terms of water supply, Lake Sonoma, while we had floods and whiplash storms in the middle of those years, there's a lot of people who would say we've been in the same drought since 2012 for 10 years, right? With a couple of big rains, Pineapple Express storms in between. And so the real impact on the soil profile and the vegetation and the trees and the forest lands and other things like that, I think everybody can talk about how it is, but I love seeing the investments in the future. And so just want to acknowledge what you mentioned, which was the Flood MAR project, the $9 million project, $7 million from the state. links up with 7 million towards a hopeful $14 million program in Hillsburg for wastewater pipes to go back into town to for $40 million gallons of recycled water back into town, and Cloverdale another 3 million. So I know this board, we've talked a lot about like the fragility of that northern section, but it's more fragile than ever with the question of Potter Valley project and really where we're going to be at with the diversions. We have a lot of stuff to go on that you mentioned, and really where we go. I guess, you know, I just want to ask for a few, since we don't always check in on all these things. What is your anticipated hopeful timeline around Firo and Lake Sonoma, and the potential of translating those gains from Lake Mendocino over to Lake Sonoma, which I don't know, but what back of the envelope, if it's 11,500 in Lake Mendocino, that is at 3 times that for Lake Sonoma, potentially 25,000 to 30,000 acre feet as a potential gain.
I'm going to take advantage of Stephanie Larson's earlier maneuver, which is something that sounds self-serving, but I want to commend Jay Jaspers and our engineering team and all involved with developing Firo, Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations. It's about a decade old, but last Friday we were down in San Francisco. The American Society of Civil Engineers ranked it as the #1 water supply project in California.
Yeah.
Amazing. And that just doesn't get reported.
Cool.
But they deserve the recognition. As you know, Jay's going to be retiring soon, and what a grand way to go out. We're also under consideration up at the Association of California Water Agencies next week for that project. So the plan all along was to demonstrate success up in Lake Mendocino, which, as you just noted, we've been able to hold back about 11,500 acre feet last year, going into that second year of the drought. We expect a major deviation and a similar type of effort this year. It's all contingent upon what flows come out of the Potter Valley through the PG&E tunnel and end up in the lake. So that's something that we're all going to have to watch very closely. The good news on that is PG&E has been issued a annual license to continue to manage the Potter Valley project. And so as you all know, you've been involved and briefed that that license expired earlier in the week, last week. And PG&E then claimed from FERC to get a license to continue work while a long-term surrender process and solution is enacted. That's a multi-year effort. I've told the board that you all know this is going to be the long haul. This is a marathon of what transpires there. So Lake Sonoma, Firo, getting to that, is the next logical place. So the Russian River Firo team met at our offices last week for Firo 2.0. They're going to be using the Lake Mendocino work. The same team and experts will be transferred to apply toward Lake Sonoma. I hazard to guess what the time frame is. They're diligent. They work hard, but Lake Sonoma, even if it was the same
Give me a guess.
fraction, right? If it was a fraction of the 11,000, let's say we doubled it, you're looking at 20,000 acre feet of water. And what would that do for a drought? If we can get it to where it's needed, 20,000 acre feet, Lynn, isn't that right? It's just about a little under half of what we sell in a year. So that's the type of magnitude we're talking about. Lake Sonoma Firo, we're putting our hopes on that. It's going to require some infrastructure probably and to work with the regulatory agencies, but it's so darn exciting.
But I mean, honestly, is that, do we think that is a 3-year process? I mean, it just it took us a long time to get would it follow this in the same route of getting a minor deviation for a year and then going after another one? And so a minor might be 5,000 acre feet, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm just not thinking this will be next year.
No,
or the following year. This will take 2 to 4 years to fully play out.
The Corps, again, on Friday night, imagine the local colonel for the Corps of Engineers. We had him go up and receive the award.
Yeah.
He was more excited than me. That's pretty hard to do on this.
They don't innovate so often.
Yeah. And he's leading the charge and saying how this works. And I was so proud. And we thought, what better optic can you have than the colonel from the Corps that has to manage the reservoir in a flood mode and work with us, state their support. And so, yeah, the reality though, it's a long process. Every dam, every reservoir is different. You can't just take what happened in Lake Mendocino and translate it. You have to take the unique circumstances and the water control manual. That's the hardest thing. We have to update the water
I
control
understand all
manual.
that. I'm looking for a 5-word answer.
And I'm not going to give it to you because I'd be lying if I knew. We have
I-
work to do.
2 to 4 years.
Yes.
I think that's good. I mean, I'd love to see it soon, but let's just hope that we get the kind of rains that we know we can get around here that can flash fill Lake Sonoma, and then we can hold some of that and not have to dump it. Okay, I'm gonna pass it along to some of my colleagues. I just wanted to reference that, with our ongoing drought, one of the things that I would like to consider you all bringing back for the second half of this year, we'll be back in July to set our agenda for the second half of the year, but is a drought workshop, an update that brings these different items forward. That includes you all with the systems approach, but then also potentially the ag lands and the other work that we're doing together on trying to achieve these things, because I think it deserves a gap analysis discussion. We also have, it'd be good to just kind of know where we're at with the different contracts that we've appropriated funds for, that out of the climate area, that are for wastewater and for drought, kind of drought gap analysis and gut check and things like that. So I think also about that time, it'll be important, because there's going to be a lot of individuals who are going to be under conservation and dramatic conservation again. So, like maybe that August timeframe, September, working with us and the county staff, if we need to, if we start to get encumbered with a regular Tuesday, we're far enough out where we could plan either a special meeting or what have you. But I do think it's necessary for us to look at that. And so that's it for me right now.
Thank you. And by the way, there was a 5-word answer.
Yeah.
We have work to do. I heard it.
Thanks for the save there.
That's a columnist right there. Counts words, it's
Supervisor
all right.
Rabbit, you have questions?
Right. How long do you call this?
Just want to say thank you for all the work and collaboration in these challenging times. And I think one thing that's interesting that we even heard at our Sonoma Valley GSA was this concept that you and your department and everyone at Sonoma Water has expanded this scope of service from, literally just dealing with the water contractors and delivering that drinking water to really kind of overseeing all water supply, it seems like, including now groundwater, which was not necessarily, that was something I think wasn't necessarily the intent, but because you have the expertise in staff, and we've been well served by that. But at the same time, as we go forward, I think these issues are going to continue to kind of morph outside of the usual bounds of what Sonoma Water has historically done. And I don't know what that portends in the future and how that actually relates to the district as it was formed. And I think that's probably maybe ends up being more of a legal question than anything, because I think there's challenges with that. There's opportunities with that, because as we all know, it is essentially the one water approach that has been going forward. So I just state that because I'm not sure how that relates to budgets, workload. I mean, even right now, as we struggle with how to fund the GSAs, how to equalize the fees or whatever is going to be charged, and or supplant them or waive them, who's going to pick that up, and how is that going to work? And I know that's a challenge going forward. Lynn, at first I want to say thank you for all your years of service and great work that you do. I think the other challenge that's always out there for the water agency is that idea that you're the wholesaler and all the contractors really are only concerned necessarily that they like the big pipe coming in, delivering the water. They're concerned about their own pipes and systems and everything else. So their maintenance needs are really concentrated on that. And they don't understand that there's, the upstream maintenance needs are still vitally important. And I'm glad that there's a little extra dollars coming through that we can line those tanks and replace some of those valves that are all at that point in time where they need to be replaced, and to stay on top of that. Again, I really do appreciate that. We need to, as elected officials, continue to push all of our colleagues to understand the need to keep all infrastructure afloat and not put it off because the cost of deferred maintenance is, as we all know, so prohibitively expensive. So more of a soapbox, less questions, but certainly challenges in the kind of expanding scope of services that you've been offering, and finding those funding sources to really make sure that we can pay for it. I think it's going to be the challenge going forward for the foreseeable future. So thanks again for the work.
I want to thank you too. We have work to do, clearly. On groundwater, each of you has been very deliberative and doing everything you can to find a way to keep the cost to effectively come up with a sustainable management plan for each of the basins to a minimum. And to that effect, I know we've looked at ways to make sure that whatever rates we're charging on that technical side are at the mean and median, including a 5% discount on that. We have subsidized far more than I care to say to the water contractors, the development of those groundwater basins. And I know that there are board deliberations on where the county can be stepping forward. It's a state law that came in the last drought, 2013, 2014. Under Governor Brown, the Groundwater Management Act was passed. So we have state regulations that we must respond to. And it is in our interest to have a sustainable groundwater management going forward. And that's going to require some monitoring and some effective funding. So I want to acknowledge that, Director Rabbit, you've been diligent about this, and we'll continue working on a way to keep that to be the most cost-effective means to sustainably manage the groundwater in everyone's interests. And we'll look for opportunities to leverage and to seek grant funding, which we've been successful in all three of the basins. But I can't help but to say we have work to do there. And your leadership this past year as the liaison to the Water Advisory Committee, I'll acknowledge your leadership there. You've been on early morning calls in response to drought and prepping. And it's just an incredible amount of work and effort. And I want to thank you for the time you've taken to and specifically do that.
Other questions, Supervisor Hopkins?
Thank you. And I really appreciate Supervisor Rabbit, both your budget request at the board and bringing that up to date, because I do think that the GSAs are something that we need to have a countywide conversation about. My question is very simple, which is if a resident of Sonoma County, resident of West County, happens to be named Ernie Carpenter, is requesting a line item budget for the water agency, where should he be directed?
A line item, he wants to see what the line items are, or he wants to see the budget itself? It's on.
Line item budget was his request.
It would be on our website.
So you have a link that you could potentially send him or
Yes.
send us? Okay,
Yes.
great. I don't know if it will be quite as detailed as he requests, but I will certainly follow up if that is insufficient for his needs. So thank you very much.
And not only on the, certainly the budget reports, but, and I know you know this, Lynn, but SOCO budget can give the public an opportunity to dump the information in Excel format and just do what they want with it.
Okay.
Right, SOCO budget.
We're going to do some housekeeping and ask everybody to silence their cell phones in the audience.
We thought we were
as
being
go
saved by the
forward.
ring there.
This is
And
the-
also, if you'd like, the bathrooms are out and to the right and to the left. If you,
we need a little entertainment 2.5 days into this. Supervisor Gorin.
I do. I'm ready for some music and some boogieing and Macarena or whatever, wherever we're going. Thank you, Grant and Lynn and all of your incredible staff working at Sonoma Water. Really appreciate everything that you do. And I remember looking at the budget when I was a member of the city council and mayor, and there was this like octopus with 20 arms leading in different directions. So it's not easy to understand the line items of the budget, let alone all of the various tentacles that are going out. I want to thank David for talking about groundwater. We had a rather animated meeting on Monday night at the Sonoma Valley Basin. Want to thank David for starting that animation. And we do need to have a long conversation. I think few people know the extent of the subsidy and the energy that Sonoma Water has put into this. It's been a long time coming to embrace the concept that we do have a responsibility to manage one water, both groundwater and surface water. We all think of you as maybe sanitation, but definitely just water. Oh, wait, that groundwater is free, right? Oh, well, maybe not. So Anne has been great as the administrator. Jay, you can't retire, Jay. And Marcus as the technical folks. We depend on that team. And now we're going to have a transition. And it's going to be more expensive. And I think hard conversations are beginning to dawn on our member partners that, oh, maybe they're going to have to take up more of the financial load if in fact we can't agree on a fee structure. So we'll work through that, but that's going to be a painful conversation for many folks in Sonoma County, and not enough folks, because many of our rural residential folks, ag folks, are up on the mountaintops pumping water, and they're not part of the basin. They're not part of the fee structure. I think that's unfair, but it is what it is, and we'll grapple with it somehow. So, but my specific question is, great. Thank you for the work on Floodmar, Alexander Valley, absolutely needed. And yet we have a rapidly depleting groundwater basin in Sonoma Valley. And we have opportunities because we forget that it floods. It flooded in our October deluge that we had, where they were rescuing people and shutting down roads. We need to put the same energy on a Floodmar concept in Sonoma Valley, looking for opportunities to divert the floodwaters, to keep it from moving to the bottom of the bathtub, shutting down those roads, essential critical linkages for people traveling throughout the North Bay. And what are the possibilities of that? Because can we echo tag team on the work of Floodmar in the North County?
It's quite possible. You're in a particularly good position, Director Gorin, as a member of the San Francisco Bay Advisory Board, which provides a revenue source down in that area, or Bay influence, where the saltwater intrusion is now an issue. So I anticipate working, continuing to collaborate with the Coastal Conservancy and that body. You've got some wonderful organizations, as you know, under your leadership with the Land Trust and Point Blue and others that are very systematically looking at the larger San Pablo Baylands. There's now new federal dollars that match the local dollars, which can bring state dollars. So I think Sonoma Valley was the first groundwater sustainable effort ahead of the state law, by the way. So I look at Sonoma as capable of leading the charge there, no pun intended. And when it comes to flooding and the synergy that's going to be required to solve that equation, sort of on a larger scale, we learned that there's no silver bullet, there's no one answer in the region. Because we kept looking for that, thinking there would be a long-term restoration scenario that would just naturally emerge. And it's a bit more complicated than that. So all I can say is we got to put the best minds on it. Leverage the nonprofit leadership and the state and federal resources and bring that to bear. And I suspect we can make progress, but I wish there was one simple answer, which we clearly know now after many, many years, there's not, but the interest is there for sure.
Well, I appreciate your participation in the North Bay Watershed Association, San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, BCDC. They're all really aimed at providing funding and opportunities to create wetlands and to absorb the rising tides around San Pablo Bay and San Francisco Bay, not necessarily focused on floodwaters and recharge. And the North Bay Watershed Association is really focused on recycled water. So I'll follow up with you because I need to explore opportunities to get some grant funding in there to start that analysis along with the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, but in addition to those efforts, because we desperately need it, as does Alexander Valley, So drought, feast, what is it? Feast or famine? We either have deluges or drought. And so we need to take advantage of both. So thank you so much for all that you do, and let's work together.
You know, if I may, through the chair. Oh, I'm the chair. So through the chair. Yeah, sorry. You know, it's always this whole through the chair thing. People just kind of like are throwing it out all over the place. You're like, whatever. Why do you even say that anymore? Right? Just lean
Go
in
for
and
it.
talk.
I allow you to speak.
Yeah. I was just going to say that if you're interested in getting a group, either, you know, and maybe even a presentation at your GSA for the Floodmar project, might be interesting because like we say, we do not have a GSA in Alexander Valley. And the application for this was actually put in by the tribe. And that was strategic too, because the tribe also, let's be very real, if you have a really good collaborative relationship like we do with the Dry Creek tribe there, they rank much higher in terms of like that it's being led and administered by them. And so Chris Ott with the tribe took the lead. So it'd be interesting to, you know, with us with the water agency, there was a lot of support on the back end, just saying like, hey, yeah, this is how the grants work. Here's how we can do this. But really the grant was put together by the tribe and these landowners. And I know you have groups out there, but if there's whether you think it would be the GSA or another forum, we could totally line up that and also growers and others and showcase what the project is just as a starting point.
Well, thank you, Valerie Brown. We have no casino in Sonoma Valley. And so we have no tribal influence really to help us focus this.
Just what tribe is the ancestral territory for that area?
Well, I think Great Rancheria
Is it?
certainly was involved in Tole and have a
It's
presence
actually-
on the
That could be a
SDC.
big benefit though, too, is they have a good staff and maybe working with them on these kinds of projects. Anyways, if you want to follow up, I'd love to
Great.
work with you on that.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw you a curve and ask a question about the budget. Could you shed a little more light on your table on revenue, particularly on the use of fund balance of $39 million? Is that an accounting thing or what's?
Yeah, so those are funds that are rolled forward usually from a prior year. So there's fund balance that becomes available that we use in a subsequent year. And that sometimes occurs because we have construction projects that we begin, but we don't get under construction until the following year, and we roll forward any unspent funds that aren't encumbered into the following year. So we will be rolling that represents funds that are available to us to spend above our targets, but are available to continue to work on and contribute to getting our infrastructure projects built.
Okay, thank you. That it's a big number and you kind of went past it. So I wanted to go back.
I will say, remember last week when Drew was here, the measure that we were negotiating this past year under Lynn's leadership was making sure that we have the funds that we need for the projects that we know we need to do. And it's on us now, our operation and maintenance staff, to go deliver, because we're going to be measured on that number. I expect that to be lower next year. We're going to be eating through and implementing the projects. Some fall off. You just can't, with something that large, you're not going to get them all, and they're going to work diligently. But that's the measure we'll be looking at next year, is did you get the work done that you budgeted for? And if not, why not? And things change throughout the year, but that's exactly the argument and the discussion we had this year.
Okay, good. Thank you both. Anything else you want to leave us with?
That is the curveball. I will just say I'm profoundly grateful for your leadership. All of you have keen interests and represent your districts, and you're constantly asking. And I'm racing off to a managers and supervisors meeting. I'll give them the news that we had this meeting, but your leadership and the support for us to continue to innovate, to collaborate, possibly come back on a drought workshop to demonstrate the collaboration, whether it's Andrew coming up next and Stephanie and Misty or Chris Godley, we have to. A drought like this is beyond one agency. I guess I'd like to leave you. We're going to respond to this together. And that's always been the case. And the better we work together, the more effective we are, the better we'll manage through this and we'll get through it. So
Very
thank
good.
you.
Good. See you soon. Thank you again.
Do you mind if I add one thing?
Through-
Just
through
since
the
we
vice
have,
chair?
just since we have some of the different groups here that are related to drought. Just can't confirm, but let's just put a placeholder down on August 9th. Okay? If we can. So just since I have Ag Departments, Ag and Open Space, you all here, obviously we'd have others that we need to bring into it, but let's just consider that as a placeholder.
We'll work with it. Thank you all.
Thanks. It's 10:30. We're 15 minutes behind, but we are going to take a 5-minute break just so staff and the rest of us can take care of business.
Thank you. Just one moment. Thank you so much. Board, we are ready to continue when you are.
Thank you, Marcy. We'll continue with our board workshop. We have Ag and Open Space, Misty Arias. Welcome and take us away.
Yeah, good morning, President. I get to call you President and members of the board. Misty Arias, I'm the General Manager for Sonoma County Ag Preservation and Open Space District. And with me this morning is Julie Mefford, our Administrative and Fiscal Services Manager, the detail person. And and sitting here this morning, I'm going to continue Grant's theme of gratitude, and that listening to our county partners talk about all the efforts that they have underway and their expertise makes me feel super thankful, because there's incredible work to be done and we can only do so much of it ourselves. So we wouldn't be able to move forward. Our focus is land, and land is foundational, obviously, to thriving natural and human communities, and it really warrants our full focus. So being able to partner with other experts to build those additional layers is critical. And I also want to acknowledge and thank, I don't have this opportunity very often, our entire staff, because in order to do thoughtful land conservation, you have to have expertise from ecological to real estate to agriculture, all the different functions. And it's not something any one of us could do alone. It all comes from every part of our organization. So with that, we can move on to the next slide. So first is our department overview. Interesting. It won't advance. So I'll just start. And so imagine a graph of our department overview. Okay. And so we have 3 primary programs, as you're familiar with, except for that one of them is relatively new. I'll talk more about that in a moment, but we have transitioned our conservation planning team into a community resources team. And initial public access operations and maintenance isn't actually a program, but we do allocate the funding separately. So we, for budget purposes, keep it as a separate item. And you'll see that our recommended budget has a slight increase this year. That's primarily for our organization that's usually reliant on the types of real estate transactions and acquisitions we're anticipating. And so those vary on a year-to-year basis based on what we're hoping to close. And I will say also that our FTEs on this slide this slide was prepared prior to our item last week, where thankfully we are also very grateful that you supported additional staffing for us. So that would bring our FTEs to 34 for this upcoming budget year. Let's see. I'm going to go to the next slide. I'll talk more about the programs here. So you can see here, we've been talking quite a bit about and have your full support in getting incredibly motivated and active with acquisition projects. And so as you can see here, the majority of our budget funding is in the acquisitions arena. So that's anticipating acquisition of land outright, conservation easements, or matching grant projects, not just upcoming cycle of matching grant, but matching grants that are yet to be funded. And it's funny because I knew all the acquisitions by heart for years, and I'm already getting to where I have to get additional support. So moving forward, what we're really hoping for is a diversity this budget year, a diversity of projects closing for wilderness, biodiversity, threatened agricultural lands, and many multi-benefit projects with recreational access opportunities. And those include Mark West Wickiup, Denner, Preston, Sonoma Mountain Vernal Pools, Denise Dairies, Haratunian North, which is TR Vegetables, and Soda Springs outside of Cloverdale. Any questions you have about those, we can chat more, but just a little example of some of the things we have in the works for acquisition. And then I mentioned additional resources. So what we have done is over the last year worked as a management team to evaluate what Vital Lands calls upon us to do and what are our needed resources in order to be successful in that. And so we created a community resources team. And we just are in the process of hiring a new manager for that team. And that team will cover grant funding on all of our grant funding programs, and also outreaching and building our capacity and getting outside funding to bring resources to private landowners, our partners in our own work for land conservation. It encompasses all of our community engagement, public education and outings. And then the newer element of our work is landowner resources. So working with our partners, such as UC Cooperative Extension, to highlight where there are tools and resources, technical and funding resources for landowners to build their ability and capacity to manage their lands responsibly. And then you'll also see, so acquisition, I think we're pretty clear on, and then stewardship, that team is responsible for the ensuring land management of the remaining lands we own in fee, and then also compliance and holding true the commitments that were made at time of closing of our conservation easement projects. So right now that's about 300 individual landowner units. Incredibly significant. So that's monitoring those on a regular basis. And as we've talked about, we have streamlined that process by instituting remote monitoring and then visiting properties every 3 years. And also that is all of the permitted use requests and working carefully with landowners on questions they may have. We're really trying to build our capacity to be a partner and a resource. I say we can move on. And as you are well aware, our primary funding source is through our open space sales tax revenue. And some of that is also fund balance, as you asked Supervisor Corsi from Sonoma Water. We have a similar situation where we may have funds roll over and then we allocate those in any given year. We have anticipated, we have budgeted, I think this is actually rather conservative, but $5 million for state, federal, and other funds. Those were primarily for contributions to acquisition projects. And then we have funding for riparian easement acquisition and designing a program to prioritize riparian protection through the Department of Conservation. And let's see. And just we have already federal funding, a little over $2 million of that $5 million will be through NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, for acquisition of a conservation easement over the Denner property in the Laguna. And we're facilitating a brand new alternative funding agreement, which is also an NRCS program for riparian area protection on agricultural lands. So key operational challenges for us. It's interesting to put this into 3 bullets, right? I'd say our number one challenge locally is that we are not at the same level of conserved or publicly owned or protected land as many other areas in the state of California. In the state of California and the federal government have both set 30% by 2030 goals for conserved lands, primarily to ensure resilience to climate change. And so we really want to play our part in helping to facilitate those goals at the state and federal level, but locally as well. And Ag and Open Space has conserved approximately 12% of the county. If we look at also including publicly owned lands, regional parks, state parks, and some other public agency partners, we're at about 20%. If you look at the science and mapping of critical areas for protection, almost the entirety of Sonoma County shows up as critical for biodiversity and climate resilience. So you could argue that more than 30% should be our goal. So that is really significant and daunting, particularly given the fact that our sales tax revenue is set to expire in 2031. Next, I'll focus on equitable land access. So Sonoma County is an incredible place to live. We're very fortunate, but land is incredibly expensive. And so it is cost prohibitive it is the number one barrier in the state of California, but I'd say primarily in Sonoma County for aspiring farmers is access to land, whether that be through lease or acquisition seems incredibly far off. And also we know that land needs to be conserved. We're at 80% private ownership in Sonoma County. And so private owners that own estate parcels that have very high expectations of value. So we are trying really hard to work with our partners to figure out how to ensure that there's equitable access to land throughout the county, whether that be through agricultural production, recreation, or other types of experiences, understanding the benefits and beauty of open space. And then lastly, we've been working, we've been hearing this from our partners for quite some time. We learned some lessons on our own in land management. And then we have surveyed most of our conservation easement landowners, and we got a really great return rate. And what we're hearing by and large from also local folks, science and experts is that conservation is the beginning, right? It's just the first step. And those lands being set aside and not at risk of further development is key. But in order for us to be resilient to climate change and ensure that we have food security in Sonoma County, we need to also think about how are we managing and producing on these lands. And it's something that is a newer realm for ag and open space, and where we're trying to identify what is our role and how can we facilitate and lift up our partners in their ability to do that work in a more significant way, particularly on privately owned lands. So what are we doing about those challenges? Well, we have, thank you again, we are staffing up. So we have gone, especially with acquisition and trying to increase our effort to meet the goals of the state and federal government, and then our own goals locally. We have historically had 2 acquisition specialists. We will have 4 after we staff up. We have a recruitment out as we speak. We have created a new grant program manager who will oversee matching grant and other funding opportunities for our partners and landowners locally. We are evaluating all of our processes to figure out how we can streamline and make our work simpler so that we can get these projects done in a more efficient manner. And we are using science to identify high priority areas where there's multiple benefits can be met to meet our goals and objectives, and we'll outreach to those areas to try to initiate new transactions and projects in those regions. As far as land management practices, we did create the Community Resources Program, which is our first step. And then moving forward, we are trying to identify additional funding resources. And so we're requesting a consultative process with the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria to talk about the park and open space funding, which the first $1 million of that, my understanding, is come in this fiscal year. And so that will grow. It could possibly grow up to $25 million a year to start thinking about with regional parks and with your board and the tribe. What is the best use of that funding? Agriculture is mentioned in the agreement. And so thinking about how those funds may help all of us leverage resources at the state and federal level to enhance land management and production and forest management, water resources, groundwater, all of those pieces of, I think it's something I've been initiating conversations with tribal representatives, and it's near and dear to their hearts, caring for the land. And so it seems like a really wonderful way to implement those dollars. And then, we still feel a little bit like the best kept secret, right? I don't know how many times somebody's asked me what I do for a living, and I'm so excited to tell them. And they say, oh, you work for Land Paths or Sonoma Land Trust or regional parks, or, so we are really trying to build our relationship with the community, whether that be through social media and dashboards about what it is we're seeking to accomplish, and then the methods and the success that we're working to get there, but then also on the land, whether that be in partnering to provide outings about the work that we're doing. We're doing some of that work ourselves. And then also we're providing initial public access operations and maintenance funds to our recreational partners in a significant way to accelerate opening of park and open space preserves that we've been transferring to recreational entities. And lastly, just to highlight, so our organization is the lead on the Climate Action Resiliency Goal 5. And we have been partnering with the Climate Action Resilience Division of the CAO's office to do a Natural Systems Climate Adaptation Plan. A draft of that is in the works. We should be seeing that next week. And working with local technical experts and community members on what that will look like. It will highlight projects, whether they be conservation projects or actions on the ground for land management that are most critical for climate resilience. We will use that information to target areas for future conservation and projects. And then the other climate goal objectives 2 and 3 about enhanced land management through veg management. Oh, should have mentioned that, of course. One of the key ways that we are helping to facilitate enhanced land management is through the PG&E settlement funds that you have allocated towards this work. And we are striving towards thinking carefully about how to allocate those monies, how to be more thoughtful in our approach on a regional scale, and then other funding sources that I have raised previously. All of those will be working to facilitate goals in the strategic plan this coming year. And with that, I'm ready to answer any questions you may have or.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead. Yep. Hi, it's good to see you. Can we go back to, I don't know if you can pull that slide up again and go back to your expenditures and your discussion about your budget allocations for acquisition, stewardship, and others. While we're pulling that up, let me just, a few different things. One is that, I'm thinking about when you started, right? And kind of the different things that we talked through. Number one was, increasing acquisitions. And I see a lot of that in your staffing plan, right? With your FTEs and where you want to get to with that. Is that correct? Okay. One of the other things we talked about was a review of the stewardship program. And are we basically auditing easements, or are we also with stewardship trying to get other things onto the ground and onto the land? And we've talked about this NRCS EQIP programs, other kinds of supports. There's been a discussion about some of the landowner supports that MALT provides, other things like that. So I just want a little bit more on stewardship and on those 11.5 FTEs. And, first of all, thank them for their work, right? There's a lot of work to make sure this is there. But the only time I've really encountered stewardship is usually just like a lot of stuff that comes to me, it comes as a complaint at the end of the day. It's like somebody who says, hey, the stewardship staff doesn't want to let me build a bocce court over on this side of where the easement is, right? So I don't always see all that, but obviously there was this other side where stewardship was doing a lot of science, a lot of the Vital Lands Initiative, and a lot of the planning efforts, right? So is that where a lot of it's working too? Just kind of, getting in, down into the function area.
Yes, of course. Thank you for asking. I think first and foremost, one of the things we often talk about internally is that we have spent about $500 million on conserving land in the county. And so stewardship, we keep saying protected, like past tense, like at the moment that the deal closes, it's done. And really stewardship is how we continue to ensure the land is protected for the public and meeting their expectations over time. So that's the entire realm of the work that they do. So a huge majority of that is developing, we are really striving, like you suggested, to have more stewardship assistance programs and building relationships with landowners so that we are more of a resource. And that's one of the reasons why we asked for additional staff and created the community resources team, is so landowners can call us and say, hey, I'm having a problem with this new permit. There's an issue with how I'm doing wastewater treatment or something. And we know who to reach out to and connect them with, or help them get outside funding to make sure that the lands are being cared for in the best way possible. So building more of a partnership in that way. We are streamlining some of those traditional responsibilities, as I mentioned, like monitoring and enforcement. And we are also working to streamline, so like permitted use requests. That's the piece I think you were suggesting, which, folks do get frustrated. One of the hardest things about land conservation is that often we negotiate conservation easements with one landowner, and then another landowner or generation, the next generation ends up living with those restrictions. And so somebody else may have agreed to the limitations and having to explain those, but we have to uphold them because we did spend public dollars to ensure the land was conserved from particular uses. So I'd say we're hoping, to expand.
If I can, let's break this down a little bit, because these are expenditures, but they're not, I would assume that the way you're projecting them, if I'm looking at some other budget docs, I'm going to see how much of that is allocated for FTEs out of that 4.08, and how much of it is going to expenses or other things that support. Do you have a further breakdown, or should I put in a budget information request to kind of see a full breakdown of the stewardship. You don't have to go over it now. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
we have
asking
those
for that.
numbers and be happy to
Yeah,
submit them.
I'm just personally interested in like, for instance, I want to start this by saying I'm supportive of the programs.
Yeah,
right?
great.
Like how much of that is for FTEs? How much of it is for, running the programs that you've done, like Vital Lands Initiative,
Mhm.
like the Healthy Lands, environmental benefits, the economics, the
Mhm.
earth economic stuff, the consultant contracts, right? Like what you're doing on those, because obviously that's a good chunk of money.
Yeah.
That's not FTEs, right?
The 4 million includes FTEs.
I understand,
Yes,
but I'm
sir.
just saying if that calculated out, that
On
would be
top of that.
450,000 per FTE.
Yes.
So I would assume that's where where you're doing your contracts,
Yeah.
where like if we see stuff, for instance, if we see something come before the board like we do, I don't know if it's every year or once every 2 years, and you have your contracts with like Land Pass and 4 other organizations that do stewardship and get people out on the ground, I assume that that's coming out of there, right?
Yeah, some of that is in stewardship, some of that is in community resources.
Okay.
But yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And then similar, like, I mean, it's just so I think it'd be this chart as a
Mhm.
follow-up would be for like I will write this down.
Yeah.
For me to come back and do it, but I'd love to see a further breakdown before we come back on a board information request that just kind of says, okay, here's the FTE allocations and here's where we're putting that money towards. My goal is not to do anything more than understand how it works.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So on that note, do you have what you need with the staffing plan to execute the expenditures on the acquisition side that you need going forward in your mind?
Yes, for right now, I'd say yes, we do.
Okay.
If we're incredibly successful in our outreach
Mhm.
efforts, we might have to rethink it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as a part of it, I didn't see it here. Maybe I missed a slide, but your balances, where I know there's a part of your balances where you have to look at what your debt is and where you want to move it over towards. But I obviously, it's always throwing out the big number of here's how much we have in reserves. And then here's how much of our reserves are really an O&M potential versus others. Because I know
Mhm.
through my conversations with you, O&M is not always per project,
Mhm.
like the percentage, even though we calculate it as an aggregate of per project. But if there's a project that requires more O&M, you can disproportionately say this is it because you've collected that amount to put into the O&M from all of the easements. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that how you do it? Can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yes, of
Start
course.
with the not O&M, the initial public access. I apologize.
Yes, and Julie, you can correct me, but so we collect our tax quarterly and we put 10% of the sales tax revenue into a reserve fund for initial public access operations and maintenance. And for our own work, so part of the stewardship costs you do see are the lands we own and have to manage. So for our own work, we transfer money out of that account to ag and open space as part of our budget. And for our partners, we enter into agreements at time of transfer of the land based on the needs of the land and not on 10% of the value of the property or anything, but mostly our park partners will propose what are the costs for planning and initial construction and improvements, and then operations and maintenance for the first 3 years.
Even though this came up as policy discussions in the past and not always agreement from everybody, I've seen it work really well with you all and with parks and others. I've worked personally on one in particular where, a city came, Cloverdale in this case, and wanted a lot more initial public access than they were being offered. But ultimately, Ag and Open Space helped connect them to a Trails Council that went out and did a lot of the work, volunteers and otherwise. So, I mean, I think that's but just let's, if we can, so remind me. So, 25 and change is what we bring in per year.
Yeah.
So 10% of that automatically is just transferred over into a reserve that is, so 2.5 million a year or whatever, just aggregates in a reserve that is for initial public access and operations and maintenance.
Yes.
And that is a different reserve than what we would call the aggregate reserve, which is money that's left for acquisitions.
Yeah, the OSTA account, it's open space special tax account,
Okay.
I think.
And so between those two, what are your balances in those?
The total balance is 81 million,
So 81 million.
almost 82, 81.
Is that in both of them combined or in
Mhm.
one?
All funds
Okay.
combined. We do have another smaller account that's a reserve, but
So,
Minor.
so is it fair to say that out of that 81 million overall, that there's a certain portion, whether it's 12 or 14 million that's in that IPA and O&M?
yeah, it's about 10.6, almost 10.7.
10.6.
Mhm.
Okay.
And so that's for any agreements we have in the works that we haven't funded to date
Okay.
and future transfers or acquisitions.
Okay. And then out of that 81, how much of what type of debt service do we still have at a high level?
What is the total? I might have
Or,
to come back.
what balances do we, I know we refinanced, which created a lot of savings, but interested in what we owe. I mean, because saying 81 million is not really fair, right? It's not the full balance sheet.
Right, I don't know the number off the top of my head. I can tell you the debt service retires in the March of 23. And we are working on a plan that we will return to your board to have a recommendation for the fund, that debt service that's retired for those funds.
Okay. So, I mean, basically you can see where I'm going is that, we've had a conversation of we're really achieving 30 by 30 of getting acquisitions, not only land base, but also quality. You've listed a lot of the stuff that you're working on. It sounds like you have the staff and the allocations there. You have the reserves to be able to execute these programs. You also have substantial, in your mind, enough in your IPA, O&M, we'll call it initial public access. For anybody watching, that means like making trails on something that's going to become a park, right? And your O&M. And so it's really time for a big push, 2 to 5 year push, right? And then when we talk about the different areas, you have stuff that's not on here, like the 1.5 million or whatever it is for riparian kind of setbacks, right?
Yes.
Those are the NRCS programs. Are you able to get those on the ground? Have we been able to?
Yes, we did get an extension for the Regional Conservation Partnership Program grant,
Mm-hmm.
and our conservation easement dollars are going to go into the Denner project. So those will be funded. They have to be committed by the end of the next fiscal year. So those will be done. And our partners like Sonoma Land Trust have funded projects for the remainder. We are still working on conservation plans with the resource conservation districts for meeting the obligations for that. But we're all hoping that, yes, we're going to meet all those obligations and use all the funds.
The majority of the money that was set aside from the ALE program or the Ag Lands easement, whatever it is, the easement money is all of it's going to go to the Denner project.
Our portion of it,
which I'm good with.
yeah, it's just a little over 2 million. So yes,
okay.
it's an expensive project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. What a great project.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think just, from my perspective, one of the things that is helpful, I think for the questioning is maybe as a part of a board information request, I'll put this in, is just, I'd love to just get a picture that what I talked through is just a simple, you present the way that we ask you to present budget information, and then we ask what it means, because we have all these categories. We've talked about this for years that don't always make sense. But for me, it'd be really good to just start fresh. You're in the, you guys are rolling. Is that at a glance balance sheet kind of formula of what we're doing? So in between now and budget, would love to work with you to get that. And if you need to, I think you can tell where I'm coming from. Overall reserves, how much of this is here? What's the plan for allocation?
Yes.
And also, do you have a plan for, if what does that translate to? If you, like you told us, I want to go from doing 2 to 3 acquisitions a year back to kind of when we were doing 8, 9, or 10 acquisitions a year. And then stewardship, I want to go into those. And so maybe expect that during budget, I'd kind of call you up and say, hey, so what's your plan for how much of this? I mean, would you want to be front loading and putting a ton of this money into these projects? Are you thinking that even if we're planning into the future with a debt retirement next year, is that we're going to take on more debt instead of just spend down our balance, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. And I think what's really helpful that we have not often presented to your board is a I don't remember in the financial terms how we talked about it, but projects we have in the works and anticipated cost of those projects, so you can see how those compare to the fund balance. When you look at real estate, 81 million goes really fast.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Hopkins.
Hi, thank you so much for bringing up the funding that might be coming from Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria. I think that's a tremendous opportunity. And I was thinking about Supervisor Gorin's equity need, out in East County for your parks. And I'm just wondering, I know that in general, right, phase one funding would be challenging for the Ag and Open Space District to address, given the sort of ground rules that you have. It seems like there might be more opportunities for sort of a second phase where there's really kind of new things being created, right? But if you have flexible funding that doesn't have the usual strings, that we see on the voter approved ballot measure, are there possibilities of looking to that funding to address the needs out in East County? Since it's an equity project, and I know that that's a big sort of push from Grayton as they really want to focus on addressing equity concerns and, providing those opportunities to communities.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm working really closely with Burt and Melanie on what does this consultative process look like and what are we asking for? And we are loosely looking at the funds in thirds, and 1/3 of the money is kind of what I was talking about in land management, agricultural production, enhancement of practices on the ground, 1/3 in kind of parks and open space partnership projects, overlapping projects, and 1/3 in managing publicly owned lands that Regional Parks is responsible for. And I think there's lots of room in, I would leave it to Burt, kind of, is he thinking about that in the realm of Regional Parks land that they own today and enhancing those resources? But yes, absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
So I would just say maybe that's a potential thing that we can look into in the future when we look at your budget requests.
Thank you for asking the question, because that was my question too. The last time we talked about this potential tripart funding was not specific. And so the need is now. And what do you see the timeline for that being? And thank you for working with Burton, Melanie, and Steve on this.
Yeah, so I'm actually joining a county meeting tomorrow, Thursday.
Oh, good. So
Yeah,
you
is that
get
tomorrow?
funding like the next day?
Yeah, right, of course. Where's Peter? Peter may be able to address this better than I can, but my understanding is there's the initial funding, which we can start looking at, and then we will want to have a further dialogue with tribal council on what do we do over the next 2 to 3 years to prepare for the larger funding sources.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, I just reiterate that what we are looking at right now is just beginning that process of consulting with the tribe on the funds and the use of these funds. So we have not begun the process of consultation with the tribe. We're sort of meeting to try to get our own initial thoughts on that. But we have worked out what that process will look like. Following up on that, as we get our meeting, the next stage will be to formally request that we begin consultation with the tribe. And then we'll have that period at which point we'll be able to return with some recommendations for the board. And it's a consultation process. It's not necessarily a unanimity process, but we need to engage in that. In terms of the amount of funding available, this is the first year that the revenues at the casino have been sufficient, and that the prior amounts that were sort of prepaid directly by the tribe, because when revenues were not sufficient, the tribe paid the guaranteed amounts directly to us. So this is the first year those have been paid off enough that we are receiving an initial $1 million annually towards parks and open space. There's another batch of paying off money that the tribe paid directly to Roanoke Park before the revenues were sufficient for all of those obligations. Once that is paid off, which will probably still be several years, I would say sooner than I certainly would have told you a couple of years ago, but assuming everything is going well, we're still talking probably 3 years down the road. And that's when we start getting into the much larger shares of up to 25 million a year.
Thank you, Peter. Of course, the community has been waiting for park improvements for actually, this was my first constituent conversation regarding the needs of Maxwell Farms. So they've been waiting 8 or 9 years for this. As you negotiate with the tribe and think about this, as with Highway 12, the county agreed to front load the financing for the widening of Highway 12 while we worked out the litigation with the state over redevelopment, and we're still paying off that bond. Is there a way to consider front loading some of the funding to actually be sufficient to construct some of the park facilities, and then maybe forego those opportunities later on, have some agreement about moving this part to the front and then fund other park areas in the future?
So I think that in the absence of consultation with the tribe and with that process not having begun, I don't want to speak about what the tribe might or might not feel are the best uses or the valid uses of those funds. And I don't want to speak, again, it's a consultation process. So with what final staff recommendations will be, certainly to the extent that we have one-time discretionary funds available, there's a possibility from our end to work out something like that of front loading some of those payments and, you know, getting ourselves repaid over time. But again, you know, there are sensitivities around this funding, and we got a little bit over our skis maybe in the last year on this. And so I do just want to emphasize that for this particular funding source, well, certainly there's a possibility if we have funds available to do a front loading and repaying from the county side out of county funds. And I want to say that would be out of any front loading would be out of county funds, not out of tribal mitigation funds. You know, I don't want to go into too much details about what that might look like in this specific
And
case.
we don't need to work out the details. I'm just raising the possibility that this could be an option in this particular case. But Misty, you and I have a conversation every year about the Ag and Open Space matching grant. And we have not qualified for matching grants because the guidelines keep insisting new facilities versus renovating facilities. We have to stop. We have to modify that language because our cities, our partners need to look at opportunities not only to create new recreational facilities, but to renovate the truly dangerous conditions that we're finding ourselves in. Let me go to one of your open space advisory board meetings and I'll be convincing. But is there any opportunity to revise the guidelines? You keep coming back with little tweaks and it's not working.
Yes, we evaluated that exact question when we did our last guidelines, and the advisory committee and our partners, I think that the interpretation of our expenditure plan is that it's to conserve land, additional land, and make land available to the public and not offset the costs of maintenance and ongoing needs to keep facilities, you know, up to par. And I understand the concern entirely. And we did award $250,000 to Maxwell, but not for some of the newer facilities that I understand are greatly needed. So the recommendation at that time was to clarify the language so that we could fund new things, just not renovate things. So if we're going to be a new field, we could help fund that.
And when is that reauthorization coming up?
Yeah.
I think we need some wording changes.
Yeah, I completely hear you.
Thank you, Ag and Open Space folks. You're another agency that is working on all cylinders. A lot of great people working on fuel reduction. And my best to Kim, and you're another one that needs to be part of the discussion about the website. Oh, we've had that conversation before. Okay, great. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Misty, and everybody else.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. I think my first question had to do with the open space district sales tax revenue, because I was thinking, man, a 1/4 cent sales tax has gone up incredibly. But I realized through Christina and Peter that there's prior years carried forward within that amount. And it goes to my question regarding some of the expenditures on the acquisition side, for instance. Obviously, that includes all in on that particular subject matter. And I was going through at least last year's budget line items, trying to figure out what the actual staffing costs were as opposed to the acquisition costs. But I guess my only other observation was on the stewardship. And you mentioned, and I thought I wrote down, what is it, 300 land units? Is that separate properties? Because of course I took my calculator out and divided the 4,089,000 by 300 and came up with 13,632. So what does a property owner get for $13,632 a year?
Yeah, that's a simple way of looking at it, isn't it? So I will say a couple things. Easement, our stewardship department often clarifies. So when we say easement units, it may be one conservation easement, but there's 3 landowners. So you have to deal with individual landowners when you're monitoring, enforcing, or stewarding the easement. So when I say easement units, that's what I mean. We have acquired just over 200 easements, but they're in 300 ownerships. And what they get, so that funding also includes administrative cost. It also includes our land management costs. So I could do a breakdown of those, I think, in Supervisor Gore's request could be helpful for what you're asking for as well. So it might be a smaller cost per unit if we looked at it that way, but it is for regular monitoring and oversight of the conservation easement. So it's more of a, I would say it's more of a benefit to our clients being the public than the landowner. And in nonprofit organizations, the landowner has to pay those costs. But since we are funded through the sales tax, we pay for our stewardship costs as part of our conservation efforts. And so landowners don't have to pay when they request a permitted use request or anything of that nature. So it covers all of those components of the work. Permitted use requests, annual monitoring, regular check-ins with landowners about easement interpretation. That happens quite often, even when it's not a formal request. It's, can I do this? And what are you thinking about these pieces? And we're trying to build that up and create it to where we're doing more for landowners above and beyond easement interpretation and compliance.
And do you do a fee schedule associated with that, or is it at cost?
We don't charge landowners for those things.
But how do you, but you've come up with the costs here.
Oh, yes, I hear what you're saying. It's based on staffing needs. And so that is something we did a stewardship there. We were going to do a workshop over the last few years with stewardship, and I don't think we ever did. It was something under Bill's leadership that was being discussed to show. We did do a stewardship reserve an analysis of our needs and the cost and staffing needs for overseeing these easement units and the complexity of like a 10,000 property versus a 40-acre property. And we have a report on that we could share with you about how those costs and needs are averaged.
Yeah, and I know that conversation came up a few times because it had to do with how complicated if a more complicated easement is obviously going to have a higher stewardship cost, but who is it really benefiting at the time?
Yeah.
And do we need to make them as complicated as they were becoming? Because then the cost in perpetuity was that much more. So I think that's probably a good discussion to kind of continue on going forward. My only other observation too, and just in general, what I said earlier regarding some of the South County agricultural issues, herds going away and dairies closing up and families stuck trying to figure out what to do. It seems like the immediate answer is to hold weddings in barns and try to make money. But, again, we've talked about, affirmative ag easements and other ways for the open space to actually, have that ag preservation piece really move forward, especially for those second generation farms that have already sold off all the development rights to either keep the land in one property holder's name going forward. It seems like we're going to be at another inflection point, especially when water pricing starts to come down the pike and just forces people to make those decisions even sooner. So just throwing that out on the table for ongoing conversation about what to do and what role open space can play in that.
Yes, and I will just add that we We are piloting, we have heard loud and clear the idea of affirmative easements, and affirmative easements really offset some of our concerns for these commercial uses. So some of the concerns historically had been, let's say somebody starts doing weddings on weekends and that's much more lucrative than their agricultural production. So they may end up just having commercial weddings every weekend. But if we have affirmative agricultural provisions, it will ensure that ag stays consistent in production on the land while they're generating additional revenue, which is critical to their operation. So it is a way to help resolve some of those concerns.
Right. Thank you both. Thank all 30 or so of your
Yeah.
staff. Anything you want to leave with us before we go on to the next department?
No, I just also want to show my gratitude and thank you all so much for your leadership and pushing us. I mean, I really appreciate it. I feel personally inspired in this moment. It's a tough time. There's a lot of work to be done, but having kind of the support to get what we need to get the work done in an efficient and effective way, and also the pushing to make sure we're striving to do it the best we possibly can it's really encouraging. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. And to think about things differently than we have historically, because all of us can get stuck in patterns. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thanks for your work. All right. Moving on to the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. Morning. Is it still morning? It is still morning. Is that on?
It is now.
Okay.
It's nice to be part of this natural resources group of departments. We all work well together, a lot of talking, and we all work with folks who work with the land, and we just do it in different capacities. So good morning, supervisors, county administrator, county council. Thanks for your leadership and for the opportunity to be here today to present our fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget for the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures. I'm Andrew Smith, the Sonoma County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, and I am joined today by our Assistant Ag Commissioner, Sue Ostrom, Assistant Ag Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, and we are joined by our Administrative Services Officer and HR Liaison, Gina Lale, who is joining us remotely from the office and managing the slide deck. Here on this title side, we see a beautiful vineyard here in Sonoma County with a mixture of native and other soil building plants as a cover crop. This county was founded on ranching and other agricultural industries. And I want to take the opportunity to thank all the agricultural practitioners that make this county such a beautiful and agrarian place to live and to work. I'd also like to thank our staff who work tirelessly as public servants, disaster service workers, and essential workers to promote and protect agriculture by mitigating the introduction and spread of injurious pests, protecting farm workers and other community members through the effective regulation of pesticides, and the protection of consumers and businesses alike through our Weights and Measures programs. Additionally, our Land Stewardship Division protects the county's soil and water resources through our vineyard and orchard erosion and sediment control ordinance. And finally, we couldn't do all this work without a stellar admin team that keeps things moving behind the scenes. And what a better day than today to thank them here on Administrative Professionals Day. So as a department, we continue to strive for focused, efficient, and purposeful work in the effort of organizational excellence. Next slide, please. Here we see a department overview with a big picture look at our operating expenditures and the number of staff that we support in this department. You can see a modest net change of 2.4% from last year's budget. And our department is comprised of 3 separate divisions in agriculture, weights and measures, and land stewardship, respectively. We also serve in a liaison capacity to Sonoma County Fish and Wildlife Commission, providing bookkeeping and admin support to the commission. This commission manages the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Propagation Fund to provide scholarship and grant opportunities to worthy projects that serve to promote education and outreach relative to fish and wildlife resources here in the county. I've become a bit more engaged with the Fish and Wildlife Commission to help them with their desire to increase their publicity to the greater Sonoma County community, as well as to help them in the future development of an annual report that we can use to help them tell their story to you and the rest of the Sonoma County community. This commission is made up of supervisor appointed volunteers who donate their time in this effort, and they work really hard at what they do. So I just want to make sure that they're acknowledged for that effort. Next slide, please. Zooming in a bit closer on department expenditures, we can see a breakdown by division of the contribution of each division to our greater budget, and includes the number of staff supported in each division. So thank you. Next slide. Here we see a breakdown of our funding resources, and 29% of our funding comes from general fund. We're 70% self-funded. Our state funding sources are based on consistent support from county general fund because we're a maintenance of effort department. So I think it's important to recognize the general fund contribution and how we're able to maintain that over time, because it serves as an average that's used to weight our ability to receive unclaimed gas tax funding from the state of California Department of Food and Ag. We're also supported by revenue from countywide programs such as cannabis. You can see that from the transfers and reimbursements within the county. And we continue to do effective and collaborative work in those programs with other departments. So next slide, please. We're not without challenges. I don't think any department is. While we're no longer the lead county department in the discussion of evacuation zone access, we do continue to be a contributing department to the discussion and the development of policy under the direction of the Evacuation Zone Access Ad Hoc Committee and facilitation by the Department of Emergency Management. Cannabis workload continues to be heavy, and we have observed a shift in workload from permitting activities, which we still maintain a discrete role in, to enforcement activity. And I know that I'll echo the sentiments provided to your board yesterday by Director Tennis Wick of Permit Sonoma, in that we've seen an increase in appeals of both violations and penalties. And that drives us into more administrative hearings and potentially some case hearings adjudicated in Superior Court. We continue to be present for and supportive of the CAO's office, Permit Sonoma, the Tax Department, and Environmental Health as we endeavor to move through this EIR process and ongoing evaluation of the county's program and policies for the board's consideration in the future. We find that as a regulatory agency, we are accomplished at inspection and compliance work in an effort to maintain equity and a level playing field in cannabis cultivation in the county. It fits well with our role of regulating other facets of agriculture and weights and measures work. Next slide. We continue to provide support for other departments and contribute to the larger discussion on the severe drought that we're facing along the north coast of California. And we do this by participating in the Drought Interagency Task Force that is facilitated by Sonoma Water. We also meet regularly with public officials and resource groups from both Sonoma and Marin County on a regular basis. Marin County has moved to support a program to offset the cost of hauling water, and we are open to the potential for partnering with someone like UC on an effort to do a similar program here in our county. I think we need to acknowledge that we have twice as many dairies and somewhere around 3 times as many small agricultural producers that might need support from a program like that, but did want to let the board know that we are here to help. We're also looking at increasing the reach of our drought survey to equate losses economically faced by farmers. We've in the past had inherently low participation rates, but we're looking to try and turn that around. We've also been working really hard over the last couple of years to adopt technology that keeps us relevant in providing programs and services to our community stakeholders and our industry stakeholders alike. This includes working towards online payment portals, adopting software applications that help us monitor budget, our maintenance of effort, as well as creating productivity metrics that will allow us to better measure accountability by staff, especially in the age of increasing telework and managing remote workforces. I'd like to close by thanking our staff again, and thank you goes out to the CAO's budget team and our CAO analyst, Catherine DePasqua, for helping coordinate the department budget narratives and presentations. I would like to take a moment just to acknowledge something that was brought up yesterday at this meeting, And it has to do with the organizational excellence pillar of the strategic plan. Yesterday during Permit Sonoma's presentation and the ask for a senior office assistant to support the ombudsman, Supervisor Hopkins, you brought up the need to take a look at parity. And I think that was well timed. And it's something that I personally have thought about with respect to our department, not just in like Sue's position, for example, but some of our other job classifications. We tend to use parity of compensation studies and compare weighted salaries and benefits. And I think it's really important for us moving forward to put a little bit more emphasis on the salary analysis in those discussions, because, you know, benefits are good for keeping families healthy, but ultimately what you take home in your paycheck is really what allows you to establish a quality of life and a place, especially a place like Sonoma County, where what you take home is incredibly important to where you live, how you live, and your ability to afford living within the county you work in. So I just wanted to leave you guys with that, and with that, take any questions that you might have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Questions? Go ahead.
You know, we have never really done like a full analysis. Just, we've had conversations over the years about this issue of really how much of a fee for service are you? You know, I mean, we looked at your fees this last round and we upped a couple things in certain areas, but I know at times we've talked about like Vesco and others like that. And I'm just trying to remind myself, are all those programs self-funded, or do we supplement with anything out of the budget?
Well, you know,
Cannabis, you know, I mean, basically the ministerial permits that you do they pay for you for the contracting services and your staff, however it's needed?
They do currently. Are the way that we set our fees for permits have covered the cost of doing that work, reviewing those permits, issuing those permits.
Okay.
And we actually, when we look at the fee study, the permit fees for cannabis, we're actually going to be going down very slightly based on the fee study done by that consultant. And so right now I think we're doing a good job managing our workload with those. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions, supervisors? Supervisor Hopkins.
I just want to say thank you for bringing up that issue. And I do look forward to, you know, continuing conversations about parity and sort of what work folks are actually doing. Because I know that certainly in my office, you know, what the work they're doing frequently exceeds their job description. So look forward to those ongoing conversations.
Thank you.
Anything?
Just thank you for the work. And it's been some challenging times all around for not having a, you know, as far as I know, any listed insects that we need to worry about. There's all the other challenges that you've had to deal with have kept you and your office busy. So thanks for your leadership, but thanks also for everyone that works with you. And very much appreciate that. I don't have any questions really on the budget going forward, but look forward to the ongoing discussions about how to provide that better service. And I appreciate your comment regarding recruitment and retention and making sure that we're attracting the right people as Sonoma County shifts in terms of the amount of money it takes to live here. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the spotted lanternfly is coming. It has become a pretty big pest of vineyard agriculture back east, and the USDA did throw a lot of money towards its mapping, pest surveillance, as well as trapping along the East Coast. And it's something that CDFA is looking at recruiting funding for out here on the West Coast in the next couple of years. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see
what's the name of it again, Andrew?
The spotted lanternfly.
We'll have to get the poster.
I thought
Put
he
it
was
up at the post office.
referring to the striped budget fly.
Yes.
That's had an appearance this week. It encourages.
Well, don't forget about the budget dust mites. So
Send us a photo of that bug. I bet it's beautiful.
Oh, absolutely. We'll work with our exclusion staff and forward you each a handout and maybe get you guys a color handout for district staff to post
I'm
somewhere.
imagining that fish that has sort of like a little hanging thing over its face that has a light on it. Maybe
Yes.
the bug has that as well.
It's a beautiful insect.
Thank you for all that you do. And I'm really glad that you have acknowledged the challenges that you have, certainly with the cannabis workload. We've been tracking that all along, and the evacuation zone access, lots of conversations. No fires this year, just saying. But I wanted to ask you about, let me see, the software tools to increase efficiency of tracking materials, tracking activities. Is that for cannabis so that people will be able to track the permits?
Well, we hope to be able to, it would be internally for measuring productivity and establishing metrics for, you know, how long it takes people to get inspections done, what types of inspections take, what amount of time. We've been working with a software developer through our Ag Commissioners and Sealers Association. They help develop the way we track use reporting of pesticide use and pesticide permitting, as well as how we conduct inspections in the field. And they've taken it a step further to develop a program called CalCats that really helps us do daily reporting activities for inspectors when they return from the field, as well as helping to transmit that information and translate it into our state reports for invoicing so that we can just be all around working towards greater efficiency within the department. And it's really customizable, so we can get our ag division information in there. We can get our weights and measures division information in there. And we're just starting to talk about how we might be able to incorporate it into some of our county specific programs, such as hemp, cannabis, or other programs that might come up in the future. But the software developers are very open to working with us, and we're looking forward to rolling that out for all of our inspection staff to start using come July 1.
Well, Permit Sonoma has painstakingly activated Acela, which allows folks from the community to track permits and other activities. What the gap in the cannabis permit processing is the lack of community ability to understand what's being permitted around them and to track the progress of that. Is that something that you're focusing on? We've not had a discussion about how you can modify what it is you're doing to provide better neighborhood outreach and communication.
Yeah, I think we're open. We're definitely open to opportunity for community members. There's a lot that goes into that. And I think it starts with the functionality of Acela. We use Acela as well in not just our cannabis permitting in congruence with Permit Sonoma, but also for our hemp registrations. And that's something that we need to be good about and disciplined about, maintaining status update changes with specific permits. I think it's especially important when you have the community wanting to look daily or weekly at status updates of permits in the surrounding neighborhoods or areas that they live. And it's just a matter of being disciplined over time, I think. And if there's any way to increase the transparency of the Acela software, I think we'd want to work through Permit Sonoma and their Acela team to do that. We don't control that in our department, but we're open to any suggestions that you have on how we might be able to
I
do
would
that.
really encourage you to do that. And then when maybe you get it online, please send us a link so that we can let our communities and our neighbors know that this is active so that they can track your permit activity as well as everything that's happening at Permit Sonoma.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Thank you.
and do you think that's going to be weeks, months, years?
Oh, I don't know at this point. I think I need to work with staff in our department that supervise the cannabis program now and get them coordinated with the Acela team and Permit Sonoma to see how we might, I guess, streamline the presentation of data related to permits in Acela.
Great, thank you. I would really encourage you to do that.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, just, I'm just following up on Supervisor Goran's comments, and I think they're good ones. But it's really, I think it'd be good to get a sense back from you and from Permit Sonoma is this issue of ministerial permits and how do you make them public and transparent? But once you decide that they're ministerial, by nature, you're not doing a lot of meetings on ministerial permits. We've decided, I mean, that's kind of the auspice of it. So I'm interested in how you make it transparent and do it. But at the same time, I want to make sure you let us know what your workload is and other things, because sometimes you're pulled in inappropriately. I think there's, and I know in South County and even with us in North County, a couple times there's been like, hey, even though you're processing these, we've created this ordinance from scratch and now we really got to go through it. So, I think there's, as we do the new EIR, there's really there has to be a component of that really clarifies that the things that are going to be made ministerial, here's where you can find out about them. But, we can't, we don't have staff that can post on Nextdoor for everybody and everything on every ministerial permit, unless we give you resources to do that. So just understanding that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I just, to speak to that, I think it is important to acknowledge that, a ministerial permit isn't subject to public noticing and comment. And so really any posting about its status would be time oriented around ahead of its issuance. And once it's issued, it's there, that's it. So I think that it's very valid opportunity to work with Crystal and Scott and Tennis and the team that's working on the EIR and adding that as a topic of discussion to how do we publicly notice, how do we make available for public viewing the full gamut of cannabis permitting, at least. Thanks. Yeah.
Commissioner Smith, please pass along our thanks and compliments to your staff, all 38 and a half of them.
Yes.
And we will see you again soon.
Thank you.
Moving on to human resources. Good morning.
Great. Okay, we're on. We're live. All right. Good morning. Christina Kramer, Human Resources Director. Thank you for having us today to present our budget and talk about some of the challenges and opportunities that we have. With me today is Gina Javier, our Administrative Officer. She's our budget expert, and also Janelle Crane, who's our Deputy HR Director and Risk Manager. When we established this presentation, and after a few days of hearing others' presentations, we have quite a few more talking points and discussion points than we had originally anticipated. And then before I forget and we get into all of that, I do want to thank the staff of Human Resources in the great department that they've made it, their tireless work, particularly these last 2 years, their professionalism and their high standards and commitment to customer service. So thank you to my team. So this is just a brief overview of the Human Resources Department. We have 65 positions. There's no change in the positions. We do have an $8 million net change to the overall budget. We're structured in sort of 3 main areas. Our human resource services, employee benefits and risk services within human resources.
There's 35 positions, and that takes up about 8 million of that budget. And they are responsible for recruitment, classification, compensation, employee and labor relations, the employees training program, our equal employment opportunity program, our human resources information system, our contingent workforce, county civil service system, and all the meet and confers. Under the employee benefits program, there's 8 positions. They are responsible for the county's health plans, including the self-insured county health plan, all benefits administration for over 7,000 covered employees between our retirees and active employees. So therefore the retiree medical benefits, and then we have the unemployment benefits. Risk services has 22 positions. They're responsible for workers' compensation and disability management, our occupational health and safety program, our general liability program in collaboration with county counsel's office, and our property insurance programs. So Gina will get into the technical aspects.
Departmental expenditures represents 7% of the total operating expenditures, followed by employee benefits, which represents 43%. Risk services is 53%. And then our internal department transfers of 3 million represents the budgeted fund transfers between those programs. As far as our departmental funding sources, the department is funded only 8% by general fund contribution, or $10 million. But off the bat, a little bit less than 5 million of that general fund contribution pays directly for the property insurance program. So really, Human Resource Services operates off of a 5 million annual general fund contribution. As Christina mentioned, there are 35 FTE allocations in that general fund. 14 of them are subsidized by a combination of outside departments and internal fund transfers, as you'll see as I get further down the slide. So next is fees and charges for services is represented 65%. State, federal, and other funds is less than 0.5%. Other departmental revenue is 2% of total funding. Use of fund balance is 19% of total funding. And then when we get to the transfers and reimbursements within the county, that's 4%. For us, the significance of this is half of that 4%, or 2 million, is for subsidies to staff, the 14 of the 35 general fund FTEs. And the remaining 3 million represents internal HR reimbursements for administrative services provided to those underlying programs.
So Human Resources is as a support department. We support all of the rest of the county organizations and special districts and agencies. And so we also have to make sure that there's a lot of compliance as part of our work. The COVID-19 pandemic and the pivoting and changing and the complexity of health orders, both the state and local, the Cal OSHA, emergency temporary standards, all of those things are non-optional for this organization to comply with. And so Human Resources is behind the scenes doing all aspects of setting things up like that. Each year we watch whatever legislation is being discussed, and we try to determine how that will affect us. We have to implement programs, modify programs, meet and confer as required to establish a compliant human resources and risk management program. And then lastly, there's the priorities of departments and the county. And we often don't anticipate those because they're shared with us sort of after they have been established, and this is what we're going to do. And then HR is consulted and, okay, so this is what we're going to do. And we say, oh, okay, well, this is what we're going to have to do to support you to do that. We do not say no. We do not say we don't have time. We figure out a way to do that. That's the way this department operates. So as you heard, there's been a significant theme from all of the departments regarding workforce stability and recruitment challenges and turnover. So I'm going to sort of sit on this point and go through some points. So we've been in a unique situation. We've had successive disasters. We've had the COVID pandemic. There's been an enormous effect on this county's workforce. It's not surprising that you're hearing the themes of burnout, tired, too much workload, need more resources. Those are the consequences of, those successive disasters. And we do know that state and local government employees, they're leaving their positions, as well as in private sector, in much higher amounts than they ever have. It's been coined as the Great Resignation, and we are not, we are experiencing that ourselves. It feels like, for me, the hiring market of the early 2000s and then the early 1990s, where it's really about supply and demand, and the labor force is extremely low supply, and it is an employee's market right now. The current unemployment rate in Sonoma County is 3%, and that is down from almost 7% about a year ago. So it's no surprise that our departments are struggling. We're seeing about a 30% decline in the number of applications that we're receiving overall. Our quit rates are showing that voluntary resignations have an increasing trend. It used to be that employees were leaving for retirement primarily, and now that's flipping, and it's more on voluntary resignations. Last year, our employee turnover rate was 9%. This year, we're projecting 12%. And so with about a 9% vacancy rate, that's roughly 370 to 390 positions that are vacant at any given point in time. And with a 12%, that's about 500 positions vacant. So we're operating with over 100 less employees that our departments are trying to conduct their services and take on new initiatives and make improvements. This means staff are strained. There are feelings of stress and anxiety, overtime, and fatigue that can create a vicious cycle with leaves and disabilities. And it also leads to, and the pandemic too, has led to a reassessment of personal priorities, which again exacerbates the cycle of turnover. So we're expecting to conduct about 450 recruitments this year. In fiscal year 17, we did about 368. We currently have 85 job openings on our website. We have started to convert many more positions than we ever had before to continuous. That means we don't have this bookended filing period. They're on a continuous basis. We're monitoring, my staff is monitoring those recruitments and regularly referring to departments. Some examples of some of the difficult to fill positions have been sort of the licensed technical positions, the engineers, surveyors, environmental health specialists, IT professionals, law enforcement, social workers and eligibility specialists, nurses, behavioral health staff. Our vacancy rate in adult and protective services, in human services, that division has a 19% vacancy rate. In CPS, Child Protective Services, they have a 14% vacancy rate. Eligibility specialist, 16, almost 17. Behavioral health clinician, almost 29% vacancy rate. Correctional dispatchers, almost 14%. Excuse me, correctional deputies, almost 14%. And communications dispatchers, 29%. So with these labor market challenges, and as well as increasing the diversity, the strategic priority, the racial equity, social justice strategic priority of increasing the diversity of the county's workforce, we have been doing very, very aggressive outreach strategies. We use very specific niche resources, recruiting sources that are profession specific, but for every recruitment, meaning the general public, the open recruitments where the general public comply to our positions and they're not limited to county employees. We have a very long list of advertising sources that we're doing. We're using the Press Democrat, Craigslist, Careers in Government, Indeed, Glassdoor, social media, LinkedIn, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, LOCN, Latino Service Providers, La Voz, Workplace Diversity, which reaches 10 diversity niche sites. Diversity Jobs, it reaches another 10 diversity work sites. Sonoma State the junior college, and as well as our own website that people are driven to. We are also have implemented a practice of removing personal identification information when applications are being reviewed to move forward in the process. So all of this has created a lot of labor intensity to our practices. We also have been challenged by our own turnover. I've had people choosing to move to Sacramento, finally retiring. And so that's the picture, that's the data. There's further slides where I'm going to talk about, what are the opportunities. So I'm going to turn it over to Janelle because our other challenge is the hardening insurance market.
Good morning. I know this isn't a new topic for you. We've been talking about this for the last couple of years, but the insurance industry continues to be in a hard market. And what that means is that our premiums are much higher than they have been in the past. The county participates in PRISM, which was used to be called CSAC-EIA, for our coverage needs. They cover approximately 95% of all California counties and 70% of California cities. The primary major programs that we participate in is our workers' compensation program, general liability program, as well as our property program. Because of the hard market, that means this year we're seeing those high premiums yet again. And the factors that continue to fuel that are varied, and there are lots of different reasons, but ultimately what it means is we have a lot more claims and they're at a much higher cost. In the last 5 years, the property market specifically has experienced unprecedented losses, including the devastating California wildfires, as well as worldwide losses associated with hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes, hailstorms. Similarly, general liability program has been impacted by a phenomenon known as social inflation. And what that means is that all of insurers' claims costs rise over and above the general economic inflation. Public entities, especially California public entities, are particularly susceptible to what's known as nuclear verdicts, which can reach high as hundreds of millions of dollars. Losses like these limit the amount of insurance and availability of reinsurers willing to write public entity business, which makes it that much more expensive to buy insurance. So premiums from PRISM are allocated to members based on their exposure. So for workers' comp and general liability, that's the total payroll. And for the property program, based on our total insured value, which is approximately $1 billion, as well as their individual claims experience. And although we can't control what's happening in the insurance industry, reaffirming our commitment to loss control strategies in order to reduce county claims will result in less employee injuries and third-party liability, which will ultimately result in lower claim allocation of pool premiums and lower program costs. Next slide. Thanks. So I'm just going to talk a little bit further about that and talk about the loss control strategies, and specifically number 2 in one of our key operational areas. So to continue on that point, one of our key operational objectives in the coming year is to work with departments to reduce workplace injuries by focusing on safe work practices and building a culture of safety, identifying return to work opportunities and permanent accommodations, as well as providing leave management support and working with our workers' compensation third-party administrator to provide best practices in claims management. In 22-23, we'll be conducting a request for proposal for the county's workers' compensation claims administrator.
Thank you, Janelle. And with regards to any of the services or the challenges that our employees have had from our third-party administrator, Intercare, I do want to point out that they, like us and like Kaiser, have had staffing shortages and recruitment and retention. They've been very responsive to the concerns that we've raised. But with this RFP process, we're hoping that we can ensure that we have the best TPA possible. And there will require a significant amount of work if we do select a new third-party administrator to set that all of that structure in place, if that's the outcome of that RFP process this year. So the other key objectives are preparing and completing the majority of our labor contract negotiations, where in the preparing phase right now. We'll be coming to your board in the near future regarding our labor strategy with all of our unions. We begin contract negotiations in October. That is an enormous amount of work on our employee and labor relations team, our recruitment team, also on departments because they do contribute to the bargaining teams. They send representatives to the bargaining teams, county administrator's office, payroll staff, and our benefits team all are involved in that process. It's a very collaborative effort. With regards to the strategies to address the changing labor market, I want to focus on where I believe the emphasis needs to be is at the departmental stage of the hiring process. We have a bifurcated hiring process. HR, if you were to sort of split it, I would say our responsibility is maybe 35-40% of that process, that whole entire life cycle, and the departments have the balance of that. So a significant part of that. We do our best to turn around recruitments in a very, very fast amount of time. Once they ask us to conduct these recruitments, we refer them lists of names to respond to in fairly short order, very responsive, customer oriented. Then from there, they are involved. They schedule those interviews, and then they follow up on those interviews. They have follow-up interviews. They negotiate. They process the people through the background. They get the offer letters out. They set up the start date. So it's a very intensive process on their end. And I'll be perfectly candid with you. I have been emphasizing the importance of expediting that process and having that process feel like a courtship to the candidates because it is employers' market. Recruitment and hiring is a sales position. It's about making them feel that they are wanted and they have very regular communication touch points, and that candidate experience is positive. If they are left out there with no communication, long timelines, it is their market. They will find another job. They will withdraw. And the other organizations will pick them up before the top candidates, before we're able to pick them up. And as soon as their employer finds out that they may be looking, then the employer starts to say, wait a minute, we don't want to lose you. And then that's another reason why employees would leave. So I have been talking to our department heads. I've been talking to our HR liaisons about the importance of this. And so what I would like to focus on is it's very hard for my recruitment and classification staff to find the time, because they're doing so many recruitments, to find the time to be the business partner with the departments that they support. We do need to try to carve out the time to find out what those processes are, to get the hiring managers and the HR liaisons reacquainted with the hiring best practices, to implement the diversity best practices that we also launched last year, and expedite this process, and so that they are creating what I have referred to as the hiring machine, so that we are not losing candidates. To me, that's one of the most important strategies that we can work on. There's other things we're considering. We're looking at the data. As you've heard, there's other recruitment and retention strategies that other organizations are putting in place. Again, in the early 2000s, this is what private sector did. They were doing hiring bonuses. They were elevating salaries in order to try to do secure the candidates. Right now in public sector, what I'm seeing is significant recruitment bonuses, and then subsequent, if you stay on, certain additional payments, one-time lump sums based on certain timeframes throughout after they've started between 1 and 2 years. So we are looking into that. Departments are also responsible for culture, and culture is what retains your employees. Working in a positive work culture, having feeling appreciated, feeling valued, feeling respected, having communication, those things are very big draws to having employees stay in place. Pay is a factor, and culture is a huge factor. So we want to make sure employees feel supported, and that departments are supported by our department if there are cultural issues, and looking at some of the programs that we have that do support culture. But I can't fix culture in another department. I can only help them. So we're trying to better understand the hiring process, reinitiate some best practices in re-educating those hiring managers and positions in departments so that they can expedite it, making sure they're practicing exit interviews, assessing recruitment incentives. And then as we go into labor negotiations, we'll be looking at, our compensation and our benefits packages. And we'll look at anything else that might be out there that looks like it's viable that we can implement. So that's what we're doing to try to address this problem. That's the plan. And then next slide. Lastly, but not, and very importantly, is sort of in support of the excellent strategic pillars. One of the things that we need to do is ensure that we are growing our own. And we have a very successful leadership program where we put a cohort through every year. I think this is our 5th year. And what we are trying to do now over this next year is develop a more comprehensive program that is geared towards developing new mid-managers. So people who are aspiring supervisors and who want to get into the mid-management level, that would be kind of a combination of leadership principles as well as the practical knowledge that you need to be a manager in the county of Sonoma. So that's what Human Resources is working on this.
Thank you.
Is that your cell phone?
Yeah, we're. Okay. Are we okay to keep going?
Yes, thank you.
We are okay? Okay.
Yes, looks good.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. If health services was at the eye of the storm for the last 2 years for the outward facing community, human resources was at the eye of the storm inside the organization. You've just had wave over wave, wave after wave of challenges. And this year you get to do labor negotiations and have a turnover rate that will have 500 jobs change hands. That is incredibly difficult. Just want to make sure that we recognize that and appreciate how tough it is. Questions from the board? Who wants to start? Chair Gore.
Well, I think, we got to make sure we don't talk about negotiations. Let's be real, right? Like that's going to start up. We're going to have that. Again, I want to applaud you all for great work that achieved a 4-year agreement and acknowledge how wonderful it is to work with labor peace and how much it sucks to work when there's continually ongoing negotiations that don't end. And we just do them for a year, which means you never get out of consultation, which means you can't really talk about it and strategize, which means you can't do it. So I want to applaud you all for working with our represented individuals and our non-represented to, create a great deal. And I know that's the vision for all of us going forward. You can't talk about these issues anymore without talking about costs. It's one of the biggest things. I mean, one of the big issues that I know for a lot of us and leaning in on telework was the consideration not just of people's quality of life at the same time that they have to do, fulfill the commitments of their job to the best of their ability, but at the same time is telework, for certain employees would be far more of a savings than any boom in raises or bonuses or anything. Now, all of these have to be on the table together as a consideration. But staying away from all of the intricacies and details, I just want to also acknowledge that we are in a time when the future of work is being developed as we're trying to design it. And so I want to applaud you guys for that. And I want to ask how telework implementation is going since and what we can anticipate in terms of board items come back and talk about that or what have you.
Telework is on your agenda for May 3rd.
Right.
The policy is going to be adopted. So Human Resources has been talking with department heads and HR liaisons about that implementation process. Technically, we can't start implementing that until the board adopts the policy. So that will begin in earnest. I think departments are sort of at this point going through that process of, okay, now that we're sort of telework is going to be an ongoing, clearly it's ongoing. How are we going to adjust our philosophies around telework and balancing camaraderie, collaboration, and ensuring services and maximum amount of productivity. So that is the challenge that departments are going through. For some, it's easier than others, and it will depend on the types of positions that they have. I have been talking about, with regards to recruitment and retention, the importance of telework, the importance of the expectation of the job candidates that telework is now a feature and an option. And some positions may be more conducive for greater amounts of telework than others. So I'm hoping that departments and hiring managers and leadership at departments will take that into consideration and leverage it to the best they can to address these recruitment challenges.
I'll leave the rest of that for May 3rd, I guess. What I'll be asking about is, and pardon my semantics being off, is when I'm thinking about implementation, it's like I really, I'm not asking for an answer now on the 3rd, maybe I will, is how it's going, like implementation, because of what has already been done. Like, I'm really interested in what you all have learned. So as we look at that, I'm not going to be at this point looking to make any changes from the dais when it comes forward on the 3rd, but I'm really interested in asking you guys a few questions, because we don't talk a lot about the future of work here as supervisors. We do talk about negotiations and other things, but the key is that I think we're keenly interested in that and how that links to wherever we build campuses and things in the future, and how many spots we need or don't need, what our footprint is going to look like. So looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
I can actually address a little bit of that. Anecdotally, I think departments do feel that are supportive of telework. They do envision telework as being an ongoing strategy. I think what we're seeing is the loss of collaboration, the concerns regarding the loss of collaboration and accessibility to each other. So I think we will see, I would say generally, countywide on average, for those positions who are able to telework, teleworking a couple of days a week or 50% of a work schedule. That's kind of what I'm seeing.
Thank you. Other questions? Supervisor Hopkins.
Thanks. And I appreciate the need not to talk about upcoming negotiations, but my understanding is that something like, say, a hiring bonus would be outside of the scope of negotiations, and that such steps have been taken in the past in response to, kind of an urgent need to get folks in the door. So I'm just wondering if you could share a little bit more information about the scale and scope of, say, something like a hiring bonus to try to get folks in the door. And also, kind of answering the question of, has there ever been a countywide across the board hiring bonus, or has it always been targeted to particular departments and kind of potential costs? Like, I just don't even know what sort of, I guess, a good incentive would be in terms of a hiring bonus, how much it takes to get folks really excited to apply.
Okay, thank you. What I am seeing, what the county did in the early 90s was they passed a resolution for, I don't know what the value of the recruitment bonus was back then, but there was a recruitment bonus that was limited to social workers and correctional and deputies and deputy sheriffs. That was the limitation on it. We have not done anything since then. It can be done outside the bargaining cycle. That is an option. And by your board taking action and engaging with labor, particularly if there is retention, there's subsequent payments of a lump sum. What I am seeing, we've been gathering a lot of information from other counties and other organizations and what they're doing. Generally, I'm seeing them adopt the bonuses outside of the labor cycle, as you point out. And they are doing it more for targeted, difficult to fill positions. The most common ones are the law enforcement, correctional deputies, deputy sheriffs, behavioral health positions, nursing positions, the difficult to fill. I've been seeing them limit that. I have not seen anybody do it across the board yet. I've seen them, they're multiple thousands of dollars. And I have seen in the law enforcement positions, extremely high sign-on bonuses in some entities up to 25,000. There usually is some sort of initial payment and then subsequent payments. In my past private sector life, when we did sign-on bonuses, there's also repayment provisions for agreeing to it and taking it if you leave earlier, which I believe is probably the case and something that we would want to consider.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Just appreciated the comment by Supervisor Corsi regarding the effect on your department, the pandemic effect on the department, and the things that you've had to deal with and are continuing to deal with, including the recruitment, retention, who's working remotely, who's not, how's that all going to meld together. And I really do salute you and your staff for all the work that you have done. And I appreciate also having the discussion about workman's comp and trying to see if there was another avenue that we can go down to have it be more efficient, especially in light of some of the things that we've heard from our own staff, and appreciate you looking into that as much as you have. And then also just to commiserate on the insurance side, it's true in all the agencies I'm involved in. Golden Gate Bridge, hard to get insurance right now for a ferry boat. And I think it's 2.5 times what it once was just a few years ago for no real reason. Well, we did have the one boat driving to the dock, but I don't think it affected the rates that quick, but it's a difficult time on that front. It's to what you were just talking about. I mean, I know it's really hard, but in the private sector, right, you could be as nimble and if you see someone you want to keep, you can do whatever it takes to keep that person. And it is much, much more difficult on the public side to do it in a fair and equitable way and to go through the processes. And we're just not as nimble sometimes. I do think, I'm certainly open to whatever we need to do, whether it's on the bonus side of the recruitment bonus, whatever proper term there is, to make sure that we can, fill the vacancies, because at the same time, those that are doing the work, their future office mates are toiling, shorthanded, and perhaps caseloads and everything else are increasing on their side of things. So, and I appreciate your comments regarding the using the departments as our own, best step forward. But it is a very difficult time in that regard. And I have really questions regarding the. Appreciate the update too on the case law and the lawsuit side of things in California. I think that's probably it's always been the case, but certainly more so, and really even more so on the law enforcement side, as we all know, that going to trial on certain things is probably not going to end in a good decision. So it's better to make sure that you keep your eyes wide open going forward. But I really do appreciate the work, and thank you for putting all the percentages. So every time I get everyone else's, first thing I do is I'll always do the percentage of, because it's easier for me to know the percentage of whether it's the divisions, the source of funds, or whatnot. I really do appreciate that. So thank you.
Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your passion, your commitment. And I think you were sort of emoting during your presentation. Obviously, you take your work very seriously, and you have a strong connection to recruitment, retention, and the empathy for departments that are going through recruitments and then coming up with no one applying, or the candidates disappearing and taking other positions. Not sure we ever anticipated this as a challenge at the end of COVID. I thought everybody would be grateful to go back to work. Apparently not. And so I also love the support that and your future plans to help develop leadership at the middle level management. We've known from a number of initiatives in the county that growing your own, training your own is worth more perhaps than spending money in recruitment. So hats off to all of you. We're in this for the long haul and thank you. Yes, buckle that seatbelt. We're gearing up for negotiations. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for mentioning the value of telework in recruiting and retention. Right now, we have that on consent calendar next week. Just for everybody's information, we may want to talk about that in agenda review.
I don't
It
need
is
to pull it.
something that
Unless you guys want to.
I do believe it is something that we should use in our recruiting and marketing though. Yeah. So unless you have anything you want to add. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And we are to our lunch break. We are due back in 65 minutes. So we'll see you all then.
Good afternoon, everyone. We can take down the slide, please, and restart the meeting here in just a second. Thank you, Karen. Chair Gore, we're ready to continue.
Thanks, Marcy. Chair Gore has asked me to lead things for a little while this afternoon. So we'll go ahead and continue our budget workshops for the week, the last few hours of 3 days. And we're still here. We're still standing. We're sitting. And we're ready for you, Mr. Roser.
Thank you very much, members of the board. I'm Eric Roser, the Sonoma County Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget. With me is Tasha Howling, the Administrative Services Officer for our department, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our newest Assistant Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Kathy Parnell is in the audience.
Hello.
Kathy joined us last week, so this was good timing.
Welcome aboard.
And before I get started, I want to thank the entire ACTTC team for the exceptional work they provided to the members of the public, county departments, and local agencies. The last 5 years have been exceptionally challenging, and I greatly appreciate their dedication and hard work. So we can move into the department overview. The ACTTC has 7 functional areas, which include accounting and audit services, tax administration, treasury and investment operations, department administration. Those top 4 are primarily in the general fund supported area. Additionally, we have what are called internal service funds to account for retirement contributions and pension obligation bonds and the enterprise resource planning systems. And additionally, we have other funds for the Skype program, open space district bonds, and tobacco bonds. Our recommended budget is $162.6 million and includes 107 FTEs. This budget reflects a year-over-year reduction of $2.45 million that is primarily related to the 2003 pension obligation bonds that are maturing in December of this year. And we have 1 FTE reduction related to a vacant time-limited position in our disaster finance claiming unit. The ACTTC is unique in that our budget has several internal service funds related to county-wide activities, and of the $162 million in total expenditures, $151.7 million is related to these internal service funds. These include the retirement contributions, pension obligation bond debt service, and various enterprise systems. Next slide, please. Departmental expenditures include retirement contributions and pension obligation bond debt service of $138.5 million, enterprise systems of $13.2 million, Skype and other debt-related activities of $13.5 million, and expenditures for general fund supported areas, which include accounting and audit services, department admin, tax administration, and treasury and investments total $21 million. And the majority of our staff reside in these general fund areas. I would also like to note that the Skype program has 0 FTEs in our budget and is supported by the energy and sustainability staff and ACTTC staff within other divisions. Next slide, please. Department funding sources. The largest funding source is charges for services, and that totals $124.5 million. And this primarily includes the annual retirement contributions and pension obligation bond debt service, both of which are collected through payroll rates. General fund contribution is $6.4 million. Other departmental revenues equal $6.3 million. And then we have a use of fund balance of $13.5 million that is also primarily related to pension obligation bond debt service. And lastly, we have transfers and reimbursements of $35.4 million. Next slide, please. We have three key operational challenges. Our first challenge is related to our general mandated responsibilities. The ACTTC is responsible for several mandated county-wide processes that follow strict requirements and regulations. Each year, these responsibilities grow in scope and complexity. And some examples include the administration of over $1.2 billion in taxes for local agencies, and that includes numerous annexations and district formations, accounting and financial reporting, including the single audit of federal grant awards that has grown significantly in recent years, and treasury investment operations overseeing the $3.2 billion treasury pool. And part of that includes fraud prevention. Director Fouché spoke about cybersecurity challenges on Monday. To help address this risk, my department has partnered with ISD to provide mandatory cybersecurity training for all ACTTC staff. And next month, we'll be rolling out a cybersecurity training program for all financial system users. Also, to indicate how complex things are getting, I sit on the legislative committee for the Auditor Controllers Association, and we are currently tracking 50 bills that, if passed, will have an impact on county and auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector operations. Our second challenge is entirely new mandated projects and programs that we are required to implement. Again, Director Proto spoke about the implementation on Prop 19 passed by voters in 2020. In addition to assessor impacts, Prop 19 requires county auditors to report the annual net property tax gain or loss for each taxing agency as a result of the proposition. Additionally, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, continues to be very active in issuing new accounting standards. Some board members may remember the implementation of GASB 68, which was related to pension accounting in fiscal year 14-15. A mere 7 years later, we are now up to GASB 98, and GASB is currently contemplating a new standard that would significantly change the entire financial reporting model. For the current year, GASB 87 is effective for the fiscal year 21-22 reporting period and will significantly change the way governments account for leases. We have identified 125 leases that will be affected, and most of the heavy lifting on this will be done in the fall after the close of the fiscal year. New projects like Prop 19 and the various GASB statements not only require what are often complex implementations, but also add a layer of complexity on an ongoing basis. And lastly, like most of the departments you've heard from, we have experienced significant staff turnover in recent years. During fiscal year 21-22 alone, we will have 7 retirements and will have lost 5 of 13 staff at the division manager level or higher. In addition to that, we currently have 21 staff that are eligible to retire. In recent years, we have hired a number of relatively young professionals. However, this loss of historical knowledge does present a significant challenge to our office. Next slide, please. And our key operational objectives, our first objective is related to Prop 19. Staff is currently coordinating with the assessor and California Department of Tax and Fee Administration to gather the data needed to perform the annual gain loss calculations by agency. I anticipate that this will be a complex calculation based on geographical location of parcels, and the first report is due January 31st of 2023. Another objective is to evaluate the pros and cons of taxing cannabis cultivation on a gross receipts basis. TTC staff is working closely with the cannabis program staff and is in the process of engaging a consultant to assist with this effort. We will come back to your board with a recommendation by February of 2023. And lastly, staff will continue to place a high priority on TOT enforcement through the online data scrape program and ongoing compliance efforts with online travel companies like Airbnb and VRBO. To date, we have collected almost $500,000 through the data scrape program. Staff is also working closely with Permit Sonoma on the transition to a TOT business license and will recommend changes to the land use ordinance and TOT ordinance as appropriate. I do not have any program changes this year, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks very much. Questions from the board? Supervisor Chair Gore.
Yeah. Good to see you and good to see you all. I know you've been working your tails off. You know, years ago, I guess that's what we would call it now as life moves on. One of the things that you and I talked about, I think it was right when you were moving into the position, was where we were at with the auditing function and funding or not funding and temporary time and other things. And I wanted to just get your sense of kind of a review of that department or that functional area of your department and you know, where you're at, what's the need out there in terms of where we should be doing. Are you getting requests to do that? Just to kind of give us a scope of where we're at.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We do have an internal audit division of 6 staff members. They do financial audits for some county departments as well as local government agencies. And several years ago, we shifted to more of a risk-based audit focus in professional audits to supplement the financial audit reporting that we had previously been doing. So we are I'll take a step back. During the fires and subsequent disasters, we did repurpose a number of the internal audit staff to assist with the disaster finance effort. And that was a big risk mitigation effort that we put into place. But we now have dedicated disaster finance staff, thanks to your board, and the internal audit staff is able to go back to the original objective of focusing on risk-based audits. We have a number of risk-based audits in the queue. They're currently working on a countywide purchasing audit, and we hope to be wrapping that up in the next couple of months. And we are looking at other risk-based audit objectives for the near future. We have a couple on our list. In addition to that, in June of last year, we rolled out the whistleblower program. We went live in June. To date, we have 43 complaints that we've received, and the audit staff is carrying the load on that effort to do the investigations and refer as appropriate. And we do have a working group that we work very closely with County Council and HR on that effort. To your question, I do think our audit team is appropriately staffed right now. They have received some requests for services, namely from Transportation and Public Works recently. And we're looking at a 2-part engagement with TPW beginning next year that will likely last for 2 years based on my understanding at this time. But they are definitely staying busy and back to focusing on risk-based audits. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Other questions? No other questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you to your 100+ employees for all the work that you do. Do we have anybody here from the county council? Oh, you're going down there. I see.
been a long time since I sat down here. Not counting COVID when Cheryl and I were both down here, but
Yeah. Tech support. Take it away.
well, they always make jokes about attorneys and technology. I didn't realize it extended to my entire staff. So with that, good afternoon, Chair Gore, Vice Chair Corsi, members of the board, and Assistant County Administrator Rivera. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss County Council's 2022-23 budget today. Joining me for the presentation is our Administrative Services Manager, Kelly Logasa, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that she is the true driving force behind pulling our budget together every year. For the benefit of the public, County Council is the primary provider of legal services to all county departments in 25 special districts, including Ag and Open Space, the Community Development Commission, Sonoma Water, LAFCO, and Sonoma County Transportation Authority. Our office handles all defense of all lawsuits filed against the county, except when necessary, when we coordinate outside counsel. Additionally, we proactively work to minimize risk and assist in policy development and implementation of programs across the county. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge the commitment and extraordinary caliber of my staff. Several department heads have noted that the county's greatest asset is our employees, and I'm no different. My team is the reason I'm willing to come in every day and do this job. County Council's greatest strength has always been our multi-talented, dedicated staff. The past 5 years, and especially the past 2 years, have taken an extraordinary toll on all of us, both professionally and personally. I applaud the personal sacrifice, the commitment, and the dedication of each member of my team to public service. And the dedication has been continually underscored by the Herculean efforts they have provided in supporting the daily needs of clients through less than ideal circumstances, as well as supporting the Emergency Operations Center through successive natural disasters and seemingly never-ending pandemic. Our goal for the coming year is to return to something resembling normalcy and find a balance between remote work and more streamlined service delivery models to effectively advance the county's vision while preserving the passion of our employees and the collaboration and camaraderie that have historically made Sonoma County Council office a great place to work. Next slide. County Council employs 41.25 FTEs organized into 5 practice areas: litigation, labor law and justice, health and human services, land use, infrastructure and public works, and natural resources and resiliency. Our recommended budget for fiscal year 2022-23 is $11,390,630,000, which represents a decrease of roughly $360,000 over last year's budget. As Eric pointed out in his presentation, this is primarily due to a reduction in salary and benefit costs associated with the county's payoff of the 2003 pension obligation bonds, which will occur in December, and the conclusion of a vacant time-limited legal assistant position, which was due to terminate on June 30th of this year. During the past year, our office completed recruitments to fill 5 vacancies that opened up during the 2021-22 fiscal year, leaving us fully staffed at least for one brief moment in time. The impacts of COVID and other non-COVID related leaves, however, did prevent us from reaching full capacity during this time. Despite these challenges, we're proud of the high quality of legal services and leadership our office continued to maintain during the pandemic. Unfortunately, change remains the only constant, and we will enter the 2022-23 fiscal year once again looking to fill some significant gaps. created by the retirement of two of our most senior attorneys, which represents the loss of a combined 56 years of legal experience for the office. The last fiscal year saw the continuation of the COVID pandemic, but thankfully no natural disasters. Throughout the year, Council had several notable achievements. I'm going to highlight a few. Providing legal support leading to the adoption of urgency ordinances to facilitate fire recovery from the most recent fires, and the adoption of the accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit ordinance to comply with state mandates and spur much needed affordable housing development. Assisting the General Services Department and the County Administrator's Office with numerous aspects of assessing potential sites and delivery models for the new County Government Center. Providing counsel and legal support to the county and Sonoma Water on efforts to reach the two-basin solution for the future of Potter Valley project. And continuing the trend of handling the majority of litigation in-house, successfully resolving numerous matters, including the litigation related to the PG&E 2019 Kincaid fire. Next slide. Our department's expenditures are predominantly made up of salaries and benefits, and we run fairly lean on traditional office expenses. Notwithstanding the format of the slide, it's worth noting that our office doesn't actually budget by practice area, and most of our attorneys straddle multiple practice groups. Next slide. Taking a look at our budget for the upcoming year, County Council has fully transitioned to the direct billing model. While this has presented some challenges, it has ultimately achieved the goal of making our office more nimble and allowing us to shift our focus to meet the board's changing priorities. As the slide indicates, our office gets no direct general fund support with the exception of the DERP funds that are plopped into our budget each year. DERP is a Department Employee Recognition Fund, sorry. The projected revenues of $11.4 million will allow us to provide 39,700 hours of legal service broken into three categories: 14,095 hours to general fund clients, including litigation contingency funds for non-risk supported litigation, approximately 2,200 hours for code enforcement, and 23,405 hours for revenue and enterprise client funds. Next slide. Looking at our key operational challenges, like many of the departments you've heard from today, we suffer similar recruitment and retention issues. One of our, as noted earlier, the office is losing two extremely talented attorneys to retirement, and this will leave a huge gap in our substantive knowledge base that will be difficult to fill. Like many of the other county council offices around the state, recruitment of experienced public law attorneys has been extremely challenging, which only serves to emphasize the need for better internal succession planning. We have already had one failed attempt to replace one of these lawyers, and we'll be going back out again shortly. Another challenge is the dramatic increase in Public Records Act requests. Over the last 4 years alone, or sort of last 4 months alone, my office has dedicated more than 250 hours responding to requests from two individuals. These included more than 100 requests related to the FPPC Form 700 matters and conflict claims, and 40 related to redistricting. Over the past year, the increase in complexity and cross-departmental nature of Public Records Act requests has required our office to dedicate the equivalent of more than one full-time attorney to assisting departments in responding to these requests. We incurred roughly 1,650 hours last year alone, and we expect this will only increase. It's also worth noting that these hours do not reflect the times departments have incurred to gather the responsive documents. Finally, the department continues to partner with HR and the Office of Equity to develop and enhance our own equity plan to provide training for all levels of our staff and evaluate and improve our internal processes using an equity lens. But as Alegria noted in her presentation, this is a learning process for all of us. Additionally, our office is trying to develop and hone our expertise in this area in order to assist and counsel our clients in advancing their DEI initiatives and programs in a manner that's consistent with law. Next slide. Looking at our main objectives for the upcoming year, County Council is one of the unusual departments because unlike other departments, we generally don't lead the initiatives or the high-profile projects that come before the board. Nonetheless, our department supports virtually every other department in advancing their objectives. And we often carry the laboring oar in drafting and negotiating policy documents and agreements that are integral to advancing these objectives. Our role uniquely positions County Council to provide leadership across county departments and identify crossover and opportunities for collaboration in advancing the county's strategic goals. In the upcoming year, we expect to provide a significant legal advice and leadership to support the county's aggressive climate action and resiliency plans, including the goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. In these efforts, we expect to work hand in hand with the CAO's newly created Climate Action and Resiliency Division and facilitating discussions between county departments, our sister agencies, and partner public entities to coordinate an ongoing evolving climate-related programs. We also expect to continue to develop and enhance our internal diversity, equity, and inclusion policy and training, while we also develop our legal expertise in this area to support department clients in reaching their DEI objectives and looking at their programs through an equity lens. Finally, County Council will advise the board and staff to help advance the county's comprehensive planning priorities for the coming year. These efforts will include drafting updates to the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, providing legal leadership and support for the 2030 General Plan update, the adoption of the local coastal plan, and the adoption of several specific plans, and providing legal counsel for the triennial update to the Uniform Building Code and California Fire Code, which occur in the fall of this year. And with that, I'm happy to take questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Questions? You got one thumbs up. And we'll make it 5. We get to ask you questions every day. So we'll probably leave it at that. And please pass along our thanks to all of your staff for the work that you do.
Thank you.
No. So our next item is scheduled for 2:30. We're going to wait a bit because Chair Gore has to step out for a phone call, probably for 20 minutes or so. So let's plan on getting back here at 2:15.
budget will be available online. I'll try not to start twitching as I say that, a little nervous, but anyway, it will be there by May 16th. June 3rd, budget binder available online. So that's all the supplementary materials for budget hearings, and we will also provide hard copies of the binders for the board. And then June 14th, we kick off budget hearings. And finally, I just wanted to leave you with a couple of things. These are directions we're looking at, and we're not looking for a formal vote. As Supervisor Rabbit correctly noted, the budget isn't final until the board votes on it at the end of budget hearings. But just to quickly remind you that we did speak quickly about the recommended distribution for AB 1869, and that's going to be baked into the recommended budget. So that's not something we're going to talk more about. And we got that distribution. And also that the CAO's recommendation to use a second year's funding for the helicopter program, also coming out of those ongoing funds that are set aside, will be part of our budget recommendations for the hearings.
Thank you very much. Okay, anything else? Looking around, making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, board?
Through
Yeah.
the chair, just one follow-up on the use of the behavioral health unit funds. Is it possible then to get a breakdown of what's in that account? Because I know that we started that several times. We rated it several times. And I remember that number when we started as, was it 6 or close to 7 million? And maybe it's gone up since then because it's been pushing it. And I'd just like to kind of understand, even if it's just informational.
Certainly, we will talk about that. We can mention that at the hearing, just for your information. In the recommended budget, we have about 6.6 million, which is, I think, higher than we had gotten it before we ended up using that funding, but it is essentially all new funding in that we had utilized that to prevent cuts to sheriff services during the COVID year. And so that's 6.6, which is the majority, though not the entirety of what the expected staffing costs will be, although that final staffing plan will come back closer to the.
Well, I like that budgeting. If you use the money and the balance goes up, maybe we should use it again and it'll go up even higher.
Okay. Board, thank you for your time. Last 3 days. Vice Chair Corsi, thank you for helping me, taking the load off and sharing that today. So we are going to adjourn, and please join me a moment in silence. We're going to adjourn in the name of, from the 5th District, Coy Brown. Moment of silence, please. We are adjourned.